Chapter 1683. Please. Tired? Rest? Yang Jian and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Is this a game? This is a battle of life and death. Rest? Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. I underestimated how shameless you are. So sword cultivators play tricks too. Yang Yi withdrew 2 energy pearls and swallowed them before he gazed at Yang Jian. Shameless? You're using a whole group of people against me, yet you have the gall to say I'm shameless? As he spoke, he raised his sword and started walking towards the 21 experts before him. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. What? You're done resting? Yang Yi didn't speak. At this moment, those 21 experts had surrounded him. At the same time, a strand of mysterious energy had enveloped the area around him. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he closed his eyes slowly. Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, Kill! Swish! An ear-piercing sound of air being torn apart resounded, and then a spear arrived in front of Yang Yi. Right when it was just around 10 centimeters away from Yang Yi's forehead, Yang Yi twisted his wrist, and his sword stabbed forward like a venomous snake. The sword just happened to strike the edge of the spear's tip. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. The spear shook violently before cracking apart. As for the Zenith Realm expert who held the spear, he was pushed backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and pressed forward, instantly arriving before that Zenith Realm expert. At the same time, another Zenith Realm expert had appeared behind Yang Yi. But this time, Yang Yi didn't pay any attention to the Zenith Realm expert behind him. Not only had he refused to stop and defend himself, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. The Sword of Rebirth. The expression of the Zenith Realm expert in front of Yang Yi had changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi execute the Sword of Rebirth. After all, he wasn't being supported by the strength of the others right now. Because that Zenith Realm expert behind Yang Yi was the one who had their combined strength. Even though he wasn't receiving the energy of the others, he remained calm in this dangerous situation. His profound energy surged madly, and then he used his palm as a blade and swung it at Yang Yi. As for the Zenith Realm expert behind Yang Yi, he was clearly aware of Yang Yi's intentions. So, he immediately sped up and instantly arrived behind Yang Yi with the intention of saving the other Zenith Realm expert. Yang Yi still didn't stop. In next to no time, his sword stabbed against the palm of the Zenith Realm expert before him. Hiss! As soon as they came into contact, the Zenith Realm expert's expression changed drastically because Yang Yi's sword had actually pierced through the center of his palm. But at this moment, the Zenith Realm expert behind Yang Yi was about to stab Yang Yi in the back. However, right when the spear was about to stab into Yang Yi's back, a pitch-black shield suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot forward. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and a head flew up into the air. Meanwhile, the Zenith Realm expert behind him had stabbed the shield on Yang Yi's back. Bang! The powerful force carried within the spear blasted Yang Yi away. However, had merely flown less than 10 m when Yang Yi forcefully stopped himself, and then he vanished on the spot. When his figure appeared once more, he was behind the Zenith Realm expert that had just stabbed him from behind. Bang! That expert had clearly taken precautions. As soon as Yang Yi appeared behind him, a powerful aura pushed Yang Yi back, and then that Zenith Realm expert turned around and stabbed his spear at Yang Yi. Yang Yi obviously knew that this would happen. So, as his figure was pushed back, he turned around and swung his sword at the nearest Zenith Realm expert. That Zenith Realm expert's expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would disregard the expert attacking from behind and attack him instead. Fortunately, the energy of the others suddenly surged into him. At the instant the energy surged into him, Yang Yi suddenly withdrew his sword and vanished on the spot. When his figure appeared once more, he was behind the Zenith Realm expert who had been attacking from behind him. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and a head flew up into the air. Yang Jian's face fell when he witnessed this. After he killed a Zenith Realm expert in an instant, Yang Yi vanished once more. Just like that, a few breaths of time passed, and another Zenith Realm expert lost his head. At this moment, Yang Yi was gradually gaining the upper hand. Had found a way to deal with the formation. He couldn't defeat the joint forces of 21 experts. Their converged strength was the advantage of this formation, but it was the formation's flaw as well. Because when one of them was filled with the energy of the others would just be in a normal state. At that moment, he wouldn't have to go against the joint forces of all the experts here, and he could just kill the others. Of course, the precondition was that he was fast enough and strong enough that he could kill them in an instant. It just so happened that he was fast enough and strong enough to kill them in an instant. Just like that, in just 10 minutes of time, Yang Yi had killed almost half of them. Now, even if the rest joined forces, Yang Yi didn't fear them at all and could fully suppress them. Yang Jian fell silent for a long time, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. At the same time, Lu Ligay vanished on the spot as well. A ray of snowy white saber energy flashed. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Lu Ligay was back to where Head been standing just now. As for Yang Jian, Head stopped on the spot. Lu Ligay chuckled. "Eldest young master, let's spar a little." Yang Jian glanced at Lu Ligay. "All right, I'll kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and Lu Ligay vanished on the spot as well. They immediately became locked in battle. Lu Ligay's strength wasn't bad, but there was a gap between him and Yang Jian. So, had immediately fallen into a disadvantage when the battle began. However, he was able to barely resist Yang Jian. Delay. As far as he was concerned, he didn't have to kill or defeat Yang Jian. He just had to delay for a while and buy time for Yang Yi. Bang! Around 10 minutes later, an explosion resounded, and then Lu Ligay was slapped over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Jian appeared before him again and slapped his palm at Lu Ligay. The space around Lu Ligay instantly started trembling, and then a wave of powerful force blasted Lu Ligay flying once more. Yang Jian was about to attack again when his expression suddenly changed, and then he stopped. After that, he turned around and noticed that the battle in the distance had come to an end. Only a single person remained there, and it was Yang Yi. There were 21 bloody heads beneath his feet. However, Yang Yi wasn't completely unharmed. There was a trace of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. Head paid a price to kill all 21 of them, and that price was both internal and external injuries. However, as far as he was concerned, they were just minor. He had primordial violet energy. Thus, so long as he wasn't killed with a single attack or crippled in an instant, all injuries were minor to him. Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "I really underestimated you. I really did. Those above us severely underestimated you as well. I never expected you to be this strong." Yang Yi grinned. "Come, let me see how strong the eldest young master of the Yang clan is." Lem. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and a sword howl resounded. Lem. At the same moment, Yang Jian's figure vanished on the spot as well. Bang! An explosion resounded like a thunderclap. Space trembled violently while 2 figures split apart. But it only took a moment for them to charge at each other again. In an instant, numerous energy palms and sword energy crisscrossed. The space here rippled and trembled before them, and it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Boom! Space cracked apart amidst an explosion. At the same time, both of them moved backwards repeatedly. They moved almost 3 kilometers back before they finally stopped. A wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Jian's mouth when he finally stopped himself, and it kept on flowing until it dyed the front of his chest red. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and a ray of sword energy instantly arrived before Yang Jian. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his arm and slapped his palm forward. An energy palm suddenly flashed out from the space in front of him. Bang! The energy palm was instantly blasted apart. At the same time, Yang Jian was pushed another 1 kilometer back. Pooh! As soon as he stopped himself, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Jian. Yang Jian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. I really underestimated you. I absolutely underestimated you. Yang Yi smiled and asked. And? Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and replied. I can't kill you, but others will be coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a talisman appeared in his grasp, and then a beam of golden light enveloped him. However, Yang Yi's soul suddenly flashed out from his body, and then his soul vanished on the spot. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth that was enhanced by 2 types of zenith rank intense. Bang! A ray of light flashed, and then the golden light around Yang Jian shattered. After that, Yang Jian's eyes opened wide. A gust of wind blew by, and Yang Jian's head rolled off his neck. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's soul had returned to his body. Yang Yi walked over to Yang Jian's head. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. All of us underestimated you. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and smiled. I like it when you underestimate me. Because only then will I be able to kill to my heart's content. As he spoke, he stretched out his tongue and licked the blood on the corner of his mouth. An evil smile curled up on his face as he said, You know, I think I might get addicted to killing. Because I'm getting fond of the feeling of killing. As he spoke, he stomped open Yang Jian's head and laughed ferociously. Send more! I want to kill to my heart's content. Please! As soon as he finished speaking, the blood vessels beneath Yang Yi's skin started to wriggle slightly. Chapter 1684 Unrivaled Intent. I want to kill to my heart's content. His voice resounded through Fecta's city like a thunderclap. Lu Ligay glanced at Yang Yi and muttered, Addicted to killing? Has this fellow gone mad? Actually, Yang Yi did seem quite insane right now. He was extremely unhappy. He didn't want to return to the Yang clan, but the Yang clan forced him to return. However, after he returned to participate in the fight for succession, the Yang clan felt he was a threat and wanted to eliminate him. Death awaited if he didn't return, and he had to die even after he returned. Bullshit. This was reality. The stronger party would never care about the weaker party's feelings. It was like an emperor in the mortal world. If the emperor wanted his subject's head, then that person would have no choice but to die. Why? Because the emperor was strong. In a world where the strong were respected, the strong could do as they pleased, and the weak could only accept their fate. Cough! Suddenly, a light cough resounded. Yang Yi and Lu Ligay turned towards its source. 2 men were walking over slowly from afar. The leader of the group was the Yang clan's 9th young master, Yang Xian. There was a black-robed man by Yang Xian's side. The black-robed man was completely covered beneath the black robe, so it was impossible to see his appearance. Yang Xian and the black-robed man stopped when they were around 30 m away from Yang Yi and Lu Ligay. Yang Xian coughed lightly and gazed at Yang Jian's cracked open head. A long time passed before he shook his head slightly and said, That eldest brother of ours was quite a nice person. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Xian and said, I think him quite a nice person too. However, that's fucking useless. Right. Yang Xian looked up at Yang Yi. Actually, I think that the clan acted quite unfairly in some things. For example, your father contributed to the clan, and while you haven't contributed to the clan, you haven't done anything wrong. So, it's unfair for the clan to treat you like this. Yang Yi's interest was instantly aroused. I'm quite surprised. So, why don't we join forces and oppose them? Oppose them? Yang Xian was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. We can't. I've never thought about doing that as well. The clan hasn't done anything for you, but it has for all of us. We wouldn't have been able to attain our current accomplishments without the clan's help. Yang Yi asked. So? Yang Xian replied. So I think that while the clan is acting unfairly to you, you do deserve death. Yang Yi asked. Why? Yang Xian replied. Everything has its own level of importance. You're not important, the clan is. Besides that, regardless of whether it's me, our eldest brother, or the other young masters who become the successor, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the clan. However, if you become the successor, the clan will definitely fall into internal strife. Because many people can't rest at ease while you're the successor. As far as they're concerned, if you become the successor, then they'll definitely stop at nothing to kill you. Besides that, your father has his old subordinates. They will definitely try to save you. So, the clan will fall into chaos. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and smiled. I never wanted to come here. Yang Xian replied. But you still did. Yang Yi replied. I was forced to. Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment and replied. We wanted you to come back, so you had to. Now we want you to die, so you have to as well. Yang Yi chuckled. I don't want to die. Yang Xian nodded slightly. No one does. But not everyone can control their own lives. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a black halberd appeared in his grasp. Once the halberd appeared in Yang Xian's grasp, his bearing instantly changed. At this moment, he didn't seem sickly anymore, and he was like a towering mountain that could hold up the sky. Yang Yi glanced at him and asked, Are you an ancient inheritor as well? Yang Xian shook his head slightly. Not really. Even Yang Ru isn't really one. However, we have gained the inheritances of some experts from the ancient times. But they can't be considered to be true ancient cultivators. They are cultivators who appeared after those ancient cultivators vanished. So, they can only be considered to be normal cultivators and not ancient cultivators. They are just like us and are pursuing the first group of ancient cultivators from all those years ago. He paused for a moment and continued. My inheritance is from a cultivator with the surname Lu, and this halberd is something he left behind. He had an extremely amazing horse as well. Unfortunately, it refused to acknowledge me and fled. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, Let's begin. Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, and he was above Yang Xian when he appeared once more. He drew his sword and swung it down. 17 overlapped heaven rends. The space in the surroundings instantly cracked apart before his attack. Yang Xian's expression remained calm, and he just raised the halberd to block Yang Yi's attack. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and the space in the surroundings collapsed. However, it only took a moment for the collapsed space to be repaired. During this time, Yang Yi had been pushed around 1 kilometer away while Yang Xian had merely moved less than 300 m back. Yang Yi looked down at his right hand. At this moment, he couldn't feel his hand anymore, and his entire arm was even covered in tiny cracks. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi looked up at the halberd in Yang Xian's grasp. What rank is it? Yang Xian grinned. Above the true rank. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Xian added, Of course, it can only be considered to be at the half-step true rank now. Because I don't have the ability to fully unseal it. Come, try a swing of my halberd. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, he swung the halberd at Yang Yi. Bang! The powerful force it carried caused space to crack apart. Just like before, as soon as it cracked open, the space here was instantly repaired. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He sheathed his sword, drew it, and swung it. This time, he stopped holding back. It carried both of his intents, and had even activated the demon god's energy, and used the full extent of his physical strength. Boom! As soon as the sword and halberd collided, both shook violently. Yang Yi was pushed around 300 m away while Yang Xian didn't even take a step back. Yang Yi looked down at his right hand. At this moment, it had cracked open completely, and blood was surging out incessantly. His entire arm was covered in blood, but the talisman which sealed his arm showed no signs of being damaged. Yang Yi looked up at Yang Xian. Yang Xian's strength had utterly exceeded his expectations. It wasn't just Yang Xian's weapon that was powerful, even Yang Xian's strength was terrifying. However, it was probably not physical strength, it was another type of strength, and that strength was extremely overbearing and powerful. Meanwhile, Yang Xian started walking slowly in Yang Yes' direction. Looks like you've noticed. It's called unrivaled strength, and it's a type of strength that doesn't belong to the physical body. It's overbearing and powerful. When cultivated to the advanced stage, just a single flick of the finger can collapse the sky and split open the earth. Don't worry, I've only cultivated it to the initial stage. I'm still unable to accomplish what I just described. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot, and then he appeared before Yang Yi and swung his halberd down. Bang! The space here wasn't able to endure the might of his attack, and it collapsed in an instant. Yang Yi was about to use the laws of darkness, but the space here was repaired in an instant. This caused Yang Yi's plan to fail, and it forced him to raise his sword to defend himself. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted a kilometer away again, and his arm, which had just been repaired by primordial violet energy, had cracked open again. Yang Xian walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. You're actually very strong. However, in the younger generation of the Yang clan, besides that mysterious eldest sister of yours, I really don't take anyone else seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared once more. After that, he just swung his halberd down in a very simple manner. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he stabbed his sword forward. It stabbed against one of the side blades of the halberd. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of collision resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed back again. This time, he was merely pushed less than 300 m back while Yang Xian was pushed around 30 m back. Yang Xian shot a glance at Yang Yi while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The ability to locate the flaws in all techniques. It's not bad indeed. Unfortunately, my strength will always surpass you. As they say, overwhelming strength can beat anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot again. At the same moment that he vanished, Yang Yi vanished as well. Yang Xian's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi vanish on the spot, and then a wave of terrifying intent swept out from him. Bang! Yang Yi, who just appeared behind Yang Xian, was instantly blasted 300 m away by the intent. Yang Yi looked at Yang Xian from afar, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Because Yang Xian's intent was similarly powerful and overbearing, and it was at the zenith rank as well. Yang Xian turned to look at Yang Yi. Unrivaled intent! It's peerlessly overbearing and powerful. He paused for a moment and continued. You act like a true man. I'm not willing to kill you, nor do I want to fight you. Because I'm at the zenith realm while you're only at the rebirth realm. Moreover, he glanced at his halberd and continued. I have this ultimate weapon in my possession. Even a true realm expert would have to fear me, let alone you. An ultimate weapon? Yang Yi chuckled and shook his head. Is that very rare? It just so happens that I have one too. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of flames suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi. In an instant, Yang Yi had turned fiery red, and his sword had been transformed into a flaming sword. Besides that, the powerful aura of fire he emanated had instantly pushed Yang Xian an entire 300 m back. At the same time, the temperature throughout Fectus City rose tremendously. The Divining Flame. Chapter 1685 I'm not a member of the Yang clan anymore. The Divining Flame. His current strength was sufficient to endure the Divining Flame's strength. Of course, it wasn't the Divining Flame's full strength. If it revealed its true strength while being used by Yang Yi, then even if Yang Yi had the unyielding body right now, he would still be burnt into ash. Presently, he was only able to endure 40% of its strength, at most. If the Divining Flame used even more of its strength, then Yang Yi's body wouldn't be able to endure it. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, 40% of the Divining Flame's strength was enough. Yang Xian's face instantly became solemn when he saw the Divining Flames. Danger! That was the first feeling he had when he saw the flames. Watch out! Suddenly, the black-robed man behind Yang Xian spoke abruptly. Yang Xian nodded slightly and gazed at Yang Yi. You've truly surprised me. That flame is no ordinary flame, right? Yang Yi grinned. Why don't you experience it for yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped the tip of his foot against the ground and transformed into a flaming tongue of sword energy that shot forward. His sword energy wasn't just sword energy now. It contained unyielding sword intent, unyielding slaughter intent, and the divine flame. It could be said that the energy it contained was sufficient to obliterate the world. Everywhere he passed, space was instantly torn open, and a very long spatial rift was left in his wake. However, it only took less than half a breath of time for the spatial rifts to be repaired by a mysterious wave of energy. Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he leaped up into the air and swung the halberd down with both hands. Both of them refused to give in. Just like that, their weapons collided in the most direct manner. Clang! As soon as they collided, both Yang Yi's flaming sword and Yang Xian's halberd shook violently, and then Yang Xian was pushed 3 kilometers away while Yang Yi was pushed less than 300 m away. Once Yang Yi stopped himself, he immediately vanished on the spot, and a ray of flaming light flashed. Bang! A loud explosion rumbled through the area. Yang Xian was pushed another 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, blood sprayed out from his mouth. However, Yang Yi was in front of him, and Yang Yi had swung his sword again. Bang! As soon as Yang Yi's sword descended, the space around Yang Yi and Yang Xian collapsed in an instant, causing the surroundings to turn pitch black. However, it only took a moment for the collapsed space to be repaired, and then a figure was blasted out of the area. It was Yang Xian's figure. Yang Xian flew over 3 kilometers away, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from him when he descended to the ground. Something worth mentioning was that Yang Xian's left arm was gone. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack, and he just looked up into the sky. At the moment that space shattered just now, he could have killed Yang Xian in an instant. However, someone instantly repaired the space here, and it caused him to be only able to take one of Yang Xian's arms. Actually, if no one was helping Yang Xian in secret, he wouldn't have to use the divine flame to deal with Yang Xian. Because he just had to shatter space here, and he could gain control of a huge amount of dark energy and dark matter. Moreover, his unique physique could be used to its full extent when he was within a black hole. It could be said that he didn't even have to fear true realm experts when he had access to the combination of his unique physique, the laws of darkness, and his dual intents. However, those fellows from the Yang clan had crushed this move of his before he could even use it. It was an unfair battle. Yang Yi looked up at the sky for a long time, and then he suddenly smiled. It's fine. Let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Xian. He didn't waste his breath and just tapped his right foot against the ground. He transformed into a ray of flaming light that vanished on the spot. After he used the divine flame, his sword energy was simply heaven-defying. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly torn open. At this moment, space was like paper before Yang Yi's sword. Yang Xian's expression changed. A wave of terrifying intent swept out from him, but his unrivaled intent had just emerged when it was suppressed by Yang Yi's dual intents. If it was one-on-one, then Yang Xian's unrivaled intent wouldn't be inferior to either Yang Yi's slaughter intent or sword intent. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had 2 intents, and both of them carried his unyielding will. So, Yang Xian's unrivaled intent couldn't resist Yang Yi's dual intents at all. Yang Xian's expression changed again when his unrivaled intent was suppressed, and then he held tightly onto the halberd with his right hand and stabbed it forward. Clang! As soon as they collided, the powerful force within Yang Yi's sword blasted Yang Xian over 3 kilometers back. At this moment, Yang Xian hadn't just been pushed back, even his entire body had cracked open from the impact. Yang Xian glanced at his cracked body, and he realized what his weak point was. It was his body. His body was too weak. His unrivaled strength wasn't physical strength. So if his unrivaled strength was suppressed by his opponent's strength in battle, then the consequence would be just like what had happened right now. He wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Yang Yi didn't give Yang Xian a chance to catch his breath. Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Xian when he appeared once more. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly appeared before Yang Xian, and then a spear created countless spear images before descending towards Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both Yang Xian and the black-robed man were pushed back. As for Yang Yi, he was pushed 300 m back as well. Yang Yi glanced at his slightly numb arm, and then he looked up at the black-robed man. What? Not fighting me one-on-one anymore? The black-robed man started walking in Yang Yi's direction. Suddenly Yang Xian said, Brother Long Xian, be careful. The black-robed man, Long Xian, nodded slightly. When he arrived just 30 m away from Yang Yi, he flipped his palm. Roar! A dragon roar instantly resounded through the surroundings, and then a white spear appeared in his grasp. The spear was pure white, and there were dragons carved on it. Azure Dragon Roar! Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly spoke solemnly. Be careful. Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ligay. What is it? Lu Ligay spoke solemnly. Long Xian, the Azure Dragon Roar. Head ranked at the 6th on the Milky Way rankings, and he once killed a true realm expert on his own. Be careful. Don't be careless. He killed a true realm expert. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look at Long Xian. Long Xian was a Zenith realm expert. Killing a true realm expert while at the Zenith realm was sufficient to prove Long Xin's strength. Regardless of whether it was a Nanjing or him, or even Yang Jian and Yang Xian, all of them seemed to have never killed true realm experts while at the Zenith realm. Head experienced the gap between the Zenith realm and the true realm. When a Nanjing and him fought a true realm expert that day, they'd relied on all sorts of formidable intents and treasures to barely fight that true realm expert. But the black-robed man before him could kill a true realm expert on his own. So, Yang Yi could imagine how strong Long Xian was. However, did he have to fear Long Xian? Even if it was a true realm expert that was standing in front of him, he would still dare to fight. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of flaming light that shot towards Long Xian. Long Xin's face was calm. When Yang Yi arrived before him, he waved his spear about, and then dragon roars resounded incessantly from his spear. At the same time, countless rays of sword energy formed a huge golden ball of light that enveloped him. As soon as they collided, both exploded apart, and then countless waves of fire and golden light swept out from the point of collision. Both of them were blasted over 3 kilometers away by the aftershock. Sky Crusher! Suddenly, Long Xin's voice resounded, and then he shot forward like a bolt of lightning with his spear in hand. An ethereal white dragon head flickered on the tip of the spear, and everywhere it passed, the violent wave of energy from before was torn apart. Moreover, the space in an area of almost 30 kilometers started rippling like boiling water. It rippled violently, and it was an absolutely shocking sight. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he sheathed his sword, and then he swiftly drew it and swung it forward. Heavenrends enhanced by the divine Yin flame couldn't be compared to their past might. Crack! The space in the surroundings instantly cracked apart. However, it was instantly repaired by a strand of mysterious energy. Just like that, Yang Yi's sword slammed against Long Xin's spear, which had an ethereal dragon head on it. Boom! As soon as they collided, space collapsed. However, it was instantly repaired before anyone could even react to it. But as soon as it was repaired, it collapsed once more. Because the force of their collision was truly too powerful. At the instant space collapsed, Yang Yi seized the opportunity to transform into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the same time, a dragon roar resounded abruptly from within the black expanse of space. Bang! In an instant, another rumbling explosion resounded. It didn't take long for space to return to normal. At this moment, both Yang Yi and Long Xian had been pushed back 3 kilometers each. Long Xian was supporting himself up on one knee, and his head was lowered. His spear was in front of him, and he was holding tightly onto it. However, the tip of the spear was gone, and there was a pool of blood below his feet. It was a huge pool of blood, and it covered his feet in blood. Yang Xian's eyes closed slowly when he witnessed this scene. Even though we're not related by blood, we were close as brothers. I shouldn't have tried to fight to be the successor. I shouldn't have come. It didn't take long for 2 streams of tears to seep out of Yang Xian's eyes. Because Long Xin's body had no signs of life. Yan Yi wasn't completely whole either. There was a broken tip of a spear stuck in his left shoulder. It was the tip of Long Xin's spear. At this moment, Yan Yi's blood was ceaselessly seeping out along the spear tip. Suddenly, Yang Xian walked over to Long Xin's side. He gazed at Long Xin's corpse for a long time, and then he suddenly looked up at the sky. I, Yang Xian, withdraw from the fight for succession. From this day forward, I'm no longer a member of the Yang clan. A ray of brilliant light suddenly flashed out from the sky. Thud! An arrow stabbed into Yang Xian's chest, and his figure instantly stiffened on the spot. Chapter 1686 The Yang Clan's Guardian. Chapter 1686 The Yang Clan's Guardian. Silent. Deathly silent. Yan Yi looked up at the sky. He hadn't expected that the Yang clan would act so ruthlessly. It had killed Yang Xian just because had withdrawn from the Yang clan. There is no familial love in the Yang clan. It was vividly displayed at this moment. At the same time, Yan Yi had a deeper understanding of how the Yang clan would definitely not let him live. If he wanted to live, he couldn't entrust his hopes on the Yang clan's higher-ups. He could only rely on himself. I must rely on myself. As soon as he thought up to this point, Yan Yi slowly tightened his grip on his sword, and his eyes were icy cold. Yang Xian looked down at the arrow in his chest, and then he suddenly chuckled. My body was weak since I was young, and it wasn't suited for cultivation. When the clan noticed that, it felt I had no future, so it didn't treat me well. Fortunately, I lived up to the expectations placed upon me, and I cultivated to such an extent with my weak and sickly body. He gazed at Yang Yi at this point and continued. I didn't care about being the successor, and the only reason I participated is because I wanted to change the clan's structure and change its lack of any emotions. I wanted to stop it from only pursuing its interests and strength. Unfortunately, I never expected that I would cause the death of my best friend. I regret it. If I knew this would happen, I should have listened to him and stayed away from the Yang clan. Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Xian gazed at the halberd in his grasp. I know that you weren't happy with staying by my side, and you were only willing to follow me because I saved you. Now, the fate between us has come to an end. He moved his hand slightly, and the halberd instantly flew over to Yang Yi. It chooses its master. If it chooses you, please take good care of it. If there's no fate between you two, then please take it away from the Yang clan. I don't want it to fall into the Yang clan's hands. Yang Yi glanced at the halberd, fell silent for a moment, and then grabbed it. He was about to lift it up, but his expression changed because he was actually unable to lift it up. His physical strength was at the zenith realm, but he wasn't able to lift it up at all. Yang Yi was absolutely shocked. Meanwhile, Yang Xian spoke abruptly. It's made of a special material, and it was refined through a special method by that cultivator from the ancient times. So, you can only use it freely after learning unrivaled strength. The technique to cultivate unrivaled strength is within it. If it acknowledges you, then it'll naturally give it to you. Yan Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the halberd for a long time and said, Come with me. I won't bring shame to you. The halberd didn't react. Yan Yi fell silent for an instant and said, Come with me, and I'll help you regain your former glory. The halberd still didn't react at all. Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before him. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and then she pointed at herself. It was like she was telling him to watch. After that, Snowy turned to look at the halberd. She flew a few circles around it, and then grabbed the tip of the halberd. After that, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as she took the halberd into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Xian supported himself on one knee before Long Xin's corpse. He placed his right hand on Long Xin's spear and held it with Long Xian. It didn't take long for his head to lower down. A moment of silence later, their bodies gradually became ethereal. 5 breaths of time late, they'd vanished on the spot. Yang Yi fell silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Lula Gay walked over to Yang Yi's side. Is it over? Yang Yi looked up at the surroundings and replied. It may only just be the beginning. It really is just the beginning. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar, and then a man in a luxurious robe appeared not too far away from them. The man was around the age of 20. His hair hung loosely down to his shoulder, and he was handsome. There was a dark violet bow on his back. It was the Yang clan's 8th young master, Yang Tian. Yang Tian walked over to Yang Yi and stopped just a little over 60 m away. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. Yang Tian, the next guardian of the Yang clan." The next guardian! Yang Yi fell silent. Had heard from Yang Xian that the fight for succession didn't just select a successor, it selected a guardian as well. One dealt with the internal affairs of the clan, and the other dealt with the external affairs. The difference was that the guardian was practically fostered from a young age. In other words, the guardian was decided on by the clan. The guardian was merely participating in the fight for succession as a sparring partner for the other young masters. However, even the other young masters didn't know who the next guardian would be. It wasn't that they didn't care, it was because if someone was chosen as the next guardian, that person would be prohibited from fighting for the position of successor. Moreover, once a successor was chosen, the guardian would have to assist the successor. Meanwhile, Yang Tian suddenly said, "I really never expected your strength to actually be so formidable. Needless to say, you've shocked the entire clan. However, the more outstanding you are, the more you deserve to die." Yang Yi glanced at the bow on Yang Tian's back. "You killed Yang Xian?" Yang Tian nodded slightly. "Indeed. Of course, even if I didn't, he would still die. The clan doesn't tolerate any traitors." Yang Yi asked, "Traitors? When did he betray the Yang clan?" Yang Tian spoke indifferently. He wanted to withdraw from the Yang clan and stop being a member of the clan. That's betrayal. No matter who it is, even a successor of the clan must die for betrayal of the clan. The interests of the clan are most important. Understand? The interests of the clan. Yang Yi nodded slightly and chuckled. Right, I have a question. Are you the last person for today? Yang Tian looked Yang Yi in the eyes. You may be able to leave if you kill me. It's only a possibility. Yang Yi chuckled and said, Come. Let me witness the strength of the Yang clan's future guardian. Yang Tian didn't speak another word. He just grabbed his bow, knocked an arrow, and then a ray of silver light flashed. Hiss! The silver light was like a bolt of lightning. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly torn open. Its might wasn't even the most terrifying part about it. The most terrifying part was its speed. It was so swift that Yang Yi wasn't able to detect its movements. So, at the moment Yang Tian released the arrow, Yang Yi had relied on his instinct to swing his sword. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 300 m away. Yang Yi glanced at his slightly numb arm and looked up at Yang Tian. You're not at the Zenith realm. Yang Tian nodded slightly. I just attained the half-step true realm not long ago. So, my attacks contain a trace of the unique energy possessed by true realm experts. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Try a swing of my sword too. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a flaming ray of sword energy flashed. Yang Tian didn't try to dodge it at all. Hiss! The flaming ray of sword energy shot through Yang Tian's chest. However, Yang Yi's expression changed because it hadn't struck Yang Tian's body, as Yang Tian's body wasn't there anymore. Swish! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, and then an arrow appeared behind Yang Yi's head. It was about to pierce through Yang Yi's head, but Yang Yi swiftly turned around and swung his sword. Bang! As soon as sword and arrow came into contact, the space in the surroundings exploded apart, but it only took a moment for the space here to be repaired. Yan Ye's laws of darkness were too mysterious and terrifying. If space shattered, then the might of his laws of darkness would be something that even true realm experts would have to temporarily avoid. After all, Yang Yi wasn't the same as he had been during his last battle. His overall strength had improved tremendously. Moreover, he had the unyielding will and the divine flame. So, if they allowed Yang Yi to shatter space now, then his strength would instantly rise to another level. Once the space here was repaired, an arrow flashed again. It was so swift that Lu Ligay didn't even see it. He just heard the sound of air being torn open. It wasn't just Lu Ligay, even Yang Yi wasn't able to see it because of its speed. He could only rely on his instinct to swing his sword. An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly again. When he was pushed around 30 m back, he suddenly stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of flaming light that vanished on the spot. Yang Tian didn't move at all, and his face was surprisingly calm. Hiss! A ray of flaming sword energy pierced through Yang Tian's forehead, but it was just an afterimage. At the same time, a silver arrow appeared behind Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and he was behind Yang Tian's figure that had been 3 kilometers away from him. The laws of darkness. But right when he appeared behind Yang Tian, a blue barrier of light suddenly appeared behind Yang Tian, and Yang Ye's sword, which was slashing down towards Yang Tian's head, had struck that barrier instead. Bang! The barrier and Yang Ye's sword trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yang Tian appeared 3 kilometers away. At the same time, a silver arrow appeared before Yang Yi again. It was swift to the absolute limit. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He sheathed his sword and drew it swiftly. Bang! The arrow was instantly blasted into bits while Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back again. As soon as he stopped himself, his soul flashed out from his body, and then a ray of light flashed. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. A ray of light flashed, and it instantly pierced through Yang Tian's figure. However, it was still an afterimage. After he executed the Sword of Rebirth, Yang Ye's soul had returned into his body, and he stared at Yang Tian's figure that had appeared 3 kilometers away from where Yang Tian had been standing. Suppression. It wasn't strength that Yang Tian was suppressing him with, it was speed. If Yang Tian fought him in close quarters or even went head-on against him, he wouldn't fear Yang Tian at all. But Yang Tian refused to do that. Yang Tian was too swift. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Tian for a long time and said, "I can't kill you if you flee. However, you can't kill me as well. That may not necessarily be the case." A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Tian's mouth. "As the next guardian of the Yang clan, I can use the formation around Fectus City." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then the entire city instantly started trembling. Yang Ye's face turned gloomy. "He can use the formation that protects Fectus City. This is a fair fight? The Yang clan even plans to disregard its honor just to kill me." Chapter 1687 Sword howls resounding through the sky. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to shake his head. It was never a fair battle. It proved that amongst the higher-ups of the Yang clan, the people who wanted to kill him outnumbered those who wanted to keep him alive. Or perhaps, it should be said that they were stronger. So, he couldn't place his hopes on those people who were trying to help him from the shadows. If he wanted to live, he had to rely on himself. Fectus City trembled more and more quickly. It didn't take long for a white barrier of light to cover the city from above. It enveloped the entire city, and there were numerous mysterious golden markings all over it. Once the barrier of light appeared, countless strands of spirit energy surged down incessantly from above. In the end, they surged down like torrents and entered Yang Tian. As the golden spirit energy surged incessantly into him, Yang Tian's aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the aura he emanated caused the space around him to tremble violently, and seemed like it was about to shatter. "The Divine Convergence Formation!" Suddenly Yang Tian spoke. Even a true realm expert can't kill me while I'm within this formation. No, even the joint forces of 2 true realm experts can't kill me, and am invincible before cultivators below the true realm. Meanwhile, Luligay walked over to Yan Ye's side and asked, "Shall we retreat?" "Retreat?" Yan Yi shook his head. He couldn't retreat. He was certain that if he did that, the higher-ups of the Yang clan would have an excuse to kill him. Just like how Yang Xian had been killed just now. The Yang clan was determined to kill him. "Come give it a try!" Suddenly Yang Tian chuckled. "Come try our Yang clan's divine convergence formation!" Yan Yi looked up at Yang Tian, remained silent for a moment, and then drew his sword. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and then a beam of flaming sword energy flashed forward. It tore through the air like a shooting star, and the space in its path was sliced open. Yang Tian's expression remained calm. He took a step forward and tapped his finger in the direction of Yan Ye's sword energy. A strand of terrifying golden light appeared on the tip of his finger. At the same time, Yan Ye's flaming sword energy arrived before him. Just like that, the flaming sword energy stabbed the tip of Yang Tian's finger. However, nothing happened. It was like the surroundings had frozen. A moment of silence ensued, and then the sword energy shattered and was obliterated. As for the flames, they returned to Yan Yi. Yan Ye's face instantly turned gloomy at the sight of this. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Tian's eyes. "What flames are those? They're actually so powerful!" A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "I've taken a liking to it." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot down. In an instant, the entire city seemed to tremble, and his figure transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished on the spot. Yan Ye's expression had changed when Yang Tian's figure vanished. Because he felt like dozens of towering mountains were descending upon him, and the powerful aura from it made even breathing feel difficult. Such power! Yan Yi didn't dare act carelessly. His unyielding sword intent and unyielding slaughter intent surged out madly, and then he tightened his grip on the sword precursor in his right hand and swung it. Wham! A sword howl resounded throughout Fecta City. Bang! An instant later, a rumbling explosion erupted before Yan Yi, and then space instantly collapsed. But it only took a moment for numerous strands of mysterious energy to repair the space there. At the same time, Yan Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yan Tian glanced at his hand. It had been charred black by the divine Yin flame. He fell silent for an instant and looked up at Yan Yi. "Needless to say, those flames of yours are really powerful. It's the strongest flame I've ever seen. Unfortunately, not to mention you, even 2 true realm experts wouldn't be able to do anything to me right now. The city's formation makes me invincible right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he took another step forward, and he instantly appeared before Yan Yi while the powerful aura he carried cracked open the space around Yan Yi. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the space in an area of over 3 kilometers around them collapsed. However, right when Yan Yi was about to utilize the laws of darkness, the collapsed space was repaired in an instant. After that, the powerful force from Yang Tian blasted him 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Do you have other trump cards?" Yang Tian chuckled and started walking slowly in Yan Ye's direction. At the same time, countless strands of golden energy surged down incessantly from the sky and entered his body, causing his aura to gradually grow stronger. Yan Yi looked up at the sky, and then he vanished on the spot and appeared behind Yang Tian. However, a powerful strand of aura instantly blasted him away. "The laws of darkness at the zenith rank?" Yang Tian turned to gaze at Yan Yi. "Needless to say, it was very shocking when you utilized it that day. Unfortunately, it's useless against me right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped it down in Yan Ye's direction. Bang! A wave of powerful energy flashed out from the space in front of Yan Yi and blasted Yan Yi away. Suppression. At this moment, Yang Yi was being completely suppressed by Yang Tian. Just as Yang Tian had said, he was being supported by the formation around Fecta City. So, to a certain extent, he really was invincible. If he could collapse the space around him, then perhaps Yang Yi could fight Yang Tian. Because the laws of darkness could only reveal its true strength within an expanse of collapsed space. But the problem was that the Yang clan's higher-ups refused to let space collapse. Yang Tian started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Actually, your strength is really not bad. If you weren't your father's son, then with your strength and natural talent, you may really be able to become the next successor. Unfortunately, your identity makes you bound to be unable to become my Yang clan's successor. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot and appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, a wave of powerful energy swept towards Yang Yi like a tsunami. The powerful energy caused the space in a huge area around Yang Yi to warp before it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his sword and pressed it against his forehead, and then both his zenith rank intents swept out from within him before he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Everywhere he passed, space was sliced open. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi had arrived in front of Yang Tian, and Yang Tian had slammed his fist forward. Bang! A powerful wave of energy blasted Yang Yi's sword energy apart. At the same time, Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly. Suddenly, Yang Tian pressed forward and swung another punch at Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away, and a wisp of blood immediately seeped out of the corner of his mouth once he stopped himself. Meanwhile, Yang Tian suddenly grinned. Don't you have another companion? Call for her. I really want to see how strong 6 types of intents are. Can you stop trying to show off? Suddenly, Lu Ligay said. Seriously, I really can't take this anymore. It's fine if you were relying on your own strength. But you're relying on the Yang clan's city protection formation. Come! Deactivate the formation, and then tell those people who are helping you in secret to stop helping as well. Dare to fight him one-on-one under such conditions? Yang Tian gazed at Lu Ligay, and then he slammed his fist forward. Lu Ligay's eyelids twitched. The truth hurts, huh? As he spoke, he grabbed his saber with both hands and swung it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded as Lu Ligay was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, his saber instantly cracked apart, while a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. Yang Tian glanced coldly at Lu Ligay, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. This is the help you found? He's too inferior when compared to that woman, and Nanjing. I don't want to waste more time. Come! Call her, and let's put an end to it all. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He was about to speak when a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before him. The wooden sword was in Snowy's grasp. Snowy blinked at Yang Yi, cracked a smile, and passed the sword to Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at her. It agrees? Snowy blinked and started waving her claws. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to figure out what she meant. Snowy had somehow made the wooden sword willing to let him use it twice a month. Only twice. Twice. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. Obviously, it was definitely because of Snowy. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, Go inside first. She nodded and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi took the wooden sword in his grasp, and it immediately started to tremble in his grasp. After that, a ray of light enveloped him, and the zenith rank slaughter intent around him was instantly obliterated by the wooden sword. It rejected slaughter intent. Yang Tian suddenly chuckled. How laughable! You think that lousy wooden sword will make you capable of fighting me? How truly laughable! Suddenly, the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp started to tremble. Anger. Yang Yi was actually able to clearly sense its rage. Meanwhile, the wooden sword started to absorb his zenith rank sword intent. Once it finished absorbing his sword intent, it transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. After that, light crisscrossed through the sky, and it instantly tore open the formation around the city. At the same time, sword howls resounded incessantly from it, and the powerful sword howls cracked open space in a huge area around it. Sword howls were resounding through the sky. Chapter 1688 A Hopeless Situation. The smile on Yang Tian's face gradually vanished while seriousness slowly filled his eyes. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite stunned too. He hadn't expected the wooden sword to be so furious. Moreover, it was so strong. In just a moment, Yang Yi came to an understanding. It was so furious because of what Yang Tian had said. It was an insult to the wooden sword. Lousy wooden sword. Even he would dare to say that about the wooden sword. After all, it could even harm the core of the divine Yin flame. The wooden sword flickered through the sky, and sword energy crisscrossed through the area. The formation was instantly sliced up into pieces. However, Yang Tian's face was calm, and he showed no signs of panicking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his hand, and the wooden sword immediately returned to him. Once the wooden sword appeared before Yang Yi, another white barrier of light appeared in the sky. The formation had appeared in the sky again. Yang Tian spoke abruptly. So long as the core of the formation is intact, it'll never vanish. But the core is being protected by a true realm expert of my Yang clan. So Yang Yi, you can't destroy the formation. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he nodded. Since I can't destroy the formation, it'll destroy you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! Space was like rotting wood before the ray of light and was instantly sliced open. Yang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward and launched a punch at Yang Yi's attack. A wave of powerful energy surged out from his fist, and then the space in a huge area started rippling. Meanwhile, the ray of light had arrived in front of him. Hiss! When the ray of light collided with the wave of energy, a moment of silence ensued, and then a huge gap was sliced open in the wave of energy. Yang Yi instantly sliced his way to Yang Tian. Yang Tian's expression changed at the sight of this. He didn't dare underestimate Yang Yi's attack at all. He immediately clenched his right fist tightly and slammed it forward again. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Tian was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At the same time, his arm was sliced off halfway. Blood seeped out incessantly from the cut. Yang Tian looked down at his severed hand, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. What sword is that? Why is it so? His pupils suddenly constricted because Yang Yi had transformed into a ray of light and shot at him again. Yang Tian was astounded. His profound energy surged madly, and then countless rays of golden energy surged into his left hand. After that, he slapped his left palm forward. Bang! Crack! The powerful force in his attack caused space to crack open. However, it was instantly torn open again when it came into contact with Yang Yi's sword. Hiss! An arm flew up into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood, and Yang Tian's figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down. In an instant, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the space in his path was instantly sliced open. Yang Tian's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot down, and then a terrifying aura instantly swept out from him. However, this aura was sliced apart as soon as it came into contact with Yang Yi's sword. In an instant, the ray of light arrived before Yang Tian. At this moment, Yang Tian's face was ghastly pale. However, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the old man slapped his palm forward. His palm was covered in strands of golden light, and threads of golden energy shot forward like fine threads and instantly enveloped Yang Yi. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of sword energy tore through the threads of golden energy. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then both Yang Tian and the old man were pushed over 1 kilometer back. At the same time, cracks started spreading like a spider web throughout the space in front of them. It was an absolutely shocking sight. It didn't take long for everything to return to normal here. Yang Yi looked up at the old man. He recognized the old man. It was the second-ranked marshal amongst the 7 marshals, Yangshan. The old man had told Yang Yi to remember him when he saved one of the other marshals from Yang Yi that day. So, Yang Yi hadn't forgotten him. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and said, "What's this now? The young can't do it, so the old have come?" Yang Shen gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You really surprised everyone. You." Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his sword and pointed it at Yang Shen. "Cut the crap! I don't have the time to listen to your nonsense. Just be frank." Yang Shen's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "The clan doesn't wish to go too far. We can give you a chance to live. The precondition is that your bloodline is removed. So long as you don't have the Yang clan's bloodline, then you won't be a member of the Yang clan, and the clan can let you live." "No!" Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly spoke. "Don't listen to him." Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ligay. "Why?" Lu Ligay spoke solemnly. "They're trying to indirectly cripple you. The bloodline is a person's core. It's like a person's vitality. If you lose your bloodline, you'll be like a tree without water. You won't be able to grow." He paused for a moment and continued. "Moreover, once you lose your bloodline, you'll have to replace it with another's bloodline. While it's possible, a different bloodline will reject your body, and your body will reject the bloodline. At that time, you'll face endless issues." Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Shen. "Is that true?" Yang Shen spoke indifferently. "We won't settle for anything other than that." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "I won't agree to losing my bloodline. Only one person in this world can make me give it up willingly. Unfortunately, she is dead." He paused for a moment and continued. "However, I'm willing to leave the Yang clan, and even never return." "No!" Yang Shen continued. "If you have the clan's bloodline, it represents that you're a member of the Yang clan. So long as you're a member of the Yang clan, the possibilities are limitless. Understand now?" Meanwhile, Lu Ligay spoke abruptly. "They're afraid you'll rebel against them in the future, and they can only truly rest at ease when you've lost the Yang clan's bloodline. Because then even if you return to the Yang clan in the future, you won't be a member of the clan anymore. If you're not a member of the clan, no one will help you." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he looked up at Yang Shen. "I won't agree to losing my bloodline. However, as I've said just now, I'm still willing to leave the Yang clan and guarantee that I won't interfere in your Yang clan's business. All right?" Yang Shen gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "No." Yang Yi nodded. "Then make your move." Yang Shen said, "Yang Yi, are you sure? Your bloodline for your life. It's a very good deal." Yang Yi chuckled. "All of you are threatened by my existence. Even if I cripple my dantian and lose my cultivation, all of you still won't be satisfied. As far as all of you are concerned, you can only rest at ease when I'm dead. So, if I'm not wrong, even if I abandon my bloodline, you'll still kill me. You just won't do it right now, right?" Yang Shen fell silent for a long time before he said, "Since you're unwilling to abandon your bloodline, then nothing I say will make a difference." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and he transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi. When he arrived just over a meter away from Yang Yi's head, he clenched his right fist and slammed it at Yang Yi's head. The powerful force his fist carried formed a vortex in the space around Yang Yi, and Yang Yi, who was within the vortex, felt like countless horses were pulling his body apart. It was extremely painful. However, Yang Yi's face remained calm. A moment later, he raised his sword and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the space before him collapsed in an instant. After that, a ray of light flashed. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and Yang Shen was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as Yang Shen's figure stopped, his right hand was instantly sliced into half, and it fell off his shoulder. Yang Shen looked down at his arm that had fallen off to the ground, and then he looked up at the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp. What a powerful sword! Even I can't resist it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi turned to look at Lu Ligay. You leave first. Lu Ligay wanted to say something, but Yang Yi added, whether a person is your friend is seen through the heart, and I can sense that I'm a friend in your heart. There's no need to suffer difficulties together, and overcome death together in order to be considered as friends or brothers. Understand? Lu Ligay fell silent. Yang Yi continued, Your strength isn't bad at all. However, staying won't make a difference. So leave. Lu Ligay fell silent for a long time, and then he nodded. All right, I'll leave. He immediately turned around and left without any hesitation. He was very well aware that it was just as Yang Yi had said. He wouldn't be able to make a difference by staying, and Yang Yi would have to worry about many more things while he was present here. So, leaving was the best help he could give Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Shen and said, Letting him go isn't a problem, right? Yang Shen's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Shen's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared behind Yang Tian's heavily injured body, and then a sword was pressed against Yang Tian's throat. Yang Yi shot a glance up at the sky. Let him go, and your Yang clan's guardian will live. The Yang clan doesn't have any capable young masters left. So, all of you definitely don't want him to die, right? Silence ensued for a short while, and then a voice resounded. As you wish. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. Lu Ligay had left Heaven Void Continent. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and moved aside. Suddenly, 72 figures appeared around him. The 72 warriors of the Yang clan. Besides that, another old man had appeared by Yang Shen's side. Another true realm expert. Kill! A voice resounded from the sky. A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and the blood vessels beneath his skin started to tremble slightly. Chapter 1689, Continue. 2 True Realm Experts and 72 Zenith Realm Experts. That was the group that had surrounded Yang Yi. At this moment Yang Yi realized that the Yang clan was prepared to disregard its honor in order to kill him. He had to kill his way out. He had to kill his way out of the Yang clan. If he wanted to survive, the only way was to kill his way out. Amongst the 72 warriors, it was the green armor unit that attacked first. 30 golden arrows shot down from the sky like 30 shooting stars. In the end, they shot towards Yang Yi from multiple angles, and they completely locked down all paths of retreat for him. At the same time, 20 spear-wielding Zenith Realm experts in golden armor charged at Yang Yi, and there were 22 cultivators on demon beasts following behind the spear-wielding experts. All 72 warriors were attacking at once. In the past, their joint forces had even killed a true realm expert. They weren't individually comparable to a true realm expert, but their joint forces were capable of killing true realm experts with ease. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the wooden sword. When the golden arrows arrived just a little over a meter away from him, he tapped the tip of his right foot against the ground and spun on the spot. At the same time, his sword swept out horizontally. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and then a beam of flaming sword energy flashed out from the wooden sword. Hiss! Hiss! The flaming sword energy instantly obliterated the arrows. However, the 20 gold-armored cultivators had arrived around Yang Yi, and then 20 spears stabbed in Yang Yi's direction. At this moment, all 20 of them seemed like they were acting as a single whole. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he swung his sword horizontally. Hiss! A circular strand of sword energy flashed out from the tip of his sword. Bang! Numerous explosions resounded through the surroundings. His sword energy that carried his unyielding sword intent blasted the 20 cultivators over 1 kilometer away. However, the 22 mounted cultivators had arrived before him, and the cultivator who led the group rode his demon beast straight at Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked that cultivator in the eye, and then he stomped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. Hiss! A moment later, a ray of blood-red light flashed, and that cultivator's head flew up into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had shot into the group of cavalries, and a slaughter began. Or to be more precise, it was a one-sided slaughter. Why? Because practically none of them could resist a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. especially when Yang Yi was using the laws of darkness while holding the wooden sword. Practically anyone targeted by Yang Ye's wooden sword would lose his or her head in a moment later. Yang Ye's strength was sufficient to kill Zenith Realm experts with ease. Now, he was using the wooden sword, and it had provided a huge increase in strength to him. Because the sword energy released from the wooden sword was much stronger. As for how sharp the wooden sword was, it could be said that it could cut anything before it. Nothing could stop the wooden sword. In just a few breaths of time, 10 Zenith Realm experts had lost their heads. However, it wasn't easy for Yang Yi. Their spears had stabbed many holes opening Yang Yi's body. Fortunately, his body could endure it. Coupled with the primordial violet energy that he possessed, his life wasn't in danger at all. Yangshan and the old man by his side watched Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly, the old man by Yangshan's side said, "That kid is truly a peerless warrior." Yangshan glanced at his own hand. For some reason, his hand was actually unable to repair itself. Or to be more precise, it couldn't repair itself as soon as possible. It was like a strand of mysterious energy was stopping his hand from healing quickly. He fell silent for an instant, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Even though his gaze was calm, there was icy coldness within his eyes. Meanwhile, the old man by his side said, "That kid is suitable to be our Yang clan's guardian." Unfortunately, Yangshan glanced at the old man and said, "The stronger he is, the greater his natural talent is, and the better his potential is, the more he needs to die." The old man said, "The higher-ups didn't act against him when he first returned." "Why?" Yangshan turned to gaze at Yang Yi. "Even though his strength wasn't bad when he just returned, we didn't take him seriously. Because when compared to Yang Xian and Yang Jian, there was a huge gap between them. However, we never expected that his strength would grow stronger and stronger. As for the potential he revealed, it instilled fear in us." The old man nodded slightly, remained silent for a moment, and asked, "What about those people who want to protect him?" "It's fine." Yangshan spoke indifferently. "No one can protect him today?" the old man asked. "Why?" Yangshan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Because that person has tacitly consented to this." The old man's eyelids twitched, and then he gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and sighed softly. "What a pity! Such a genius can't be of use to our Yang clan." Yangshan spoke indifferently. "He's extremely vengeful, just like his father. If he's allowed to become one of the Yang clan's higher-ups and gain authority in the clan, we can't guarantee that he won't try to get even with us then. So, it's best for him to be dead. As for him being a genius, it isn't difficult for our Yang clan to foster a genius." The old man shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. It was pointless to say anything right now. Of course, it never did because he was on Yangshan's side. At this moment, Yang Yi was completely absorbed in the battle, and there were over 20 bloody heads around him. However, there were 5 golden arrows stuck on him. Besides that, there were no less than 10 stab wounds on his chest. At such a moment in battle, he'd fully abandoned his defenses. If he tried to defend himself, he would only be suppressed. So, he had no choice but to risk suffering injuries in order to kill his opponents. So long as he didn't lose his head or suffer lethal injuries, then he had no fear of ordinary injuries. But if his opponents suffered just a single hit from him, it would result in their death. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. So, suffering injuries to kill his opponents was the way Yang Yi was fighting right now. The battle was still going on, but Yangshan's face had turned gloomy. He'd thought that the 72 warriors would be able to kill Yang Yi because Yang Yi was already covered in injuries. But he hadn't expected that while Yang Yi was covered in injuries, Yang Yi just refused to die, and he even seemed to be growing stronger as the battle continued. Meanwhile, the old man by Yangshan's side spoke abruptly. "We can't let him continue killing them." Yangshan nodded slightly. "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man by his side vanished on the spot. Bang! A wave of powerful energy suddenly appeared above Yang Yi, and then a black spear stabbed down towards Yang Yi's head. The powerful energy it contained instantly cracked open the space around Yang Yi. When he noticed the spear descending from above him, Yang Yi immediately stabbed his sword upwards. Clang! As soon as they came into contact, the spear was instantly blasted into pieces. However, the powerful energy carried within the spear caused Yang Yi's figure to tremble, and then his right arm cracked open in an instant. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, at the exact same moment that Yang Yi had stopped the spear with his sword, a golden spear stabbed into his back. At the same time, 2 golden arrows stabbed his knees. Especially, those 2 arrows, they'd pierced through his knees. However, Yang Yi was still standing. Something worth mentioning was that while the wooden sword in his hand had killed many, there wasn't even a trace of blood on it. At this moment, there were 25 warriors from the 72 warriors around Yang Yi. As for the archers from the green armor unit, none of them was dead. They'd been supporting the others from afar and hadn't truly joined the battle. So, none of them had been lost in battle. Yang Yi stood on the spot with his sword in hand. He glanced at the experts around him, and a ferocious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Continue! The expressions of the others changed. Especially the surviving members of the 72 warriors. At this moment, there wasn't just a trace of fear towards Yang Yi in their hearts, they were terrified of him. He was ruthless. Being ruthless towards others wasn't really ruthless. But being ruthless to one's own self was true ruthlessness. Yang Yi was extremely ruthless to himself. The old man at the True Realm gazed at his hand. His hand had cracked open, and it had been caused from going head-on against Yang Yi. He looked up at Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for him to look at the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp. Even though Yang Yi was strong, Yang Yi wasn't so strong that even the old man had to fear him. It was the wooden sword. The sword made Yang Yi's strength powerful to an inconceivable level. A moment of silence ensued, and then the old man gazed at Yang Shin. "Let's do it together. We can't give him a chance." Yang Shin nodded slightly, and then he waved his right hand. "Kill!" As soon as he gave the order, he transformed into a black shadow that vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the old man vanished on the spot as well. Once the 2 True Realm experts here attacked, the remaining experts from the 72 warriors immediately vanished on the spot as well. Their figures hadn't even arrived before Yang Yi when their powerful auras slammed down towards Yang Yi like a dark cloud. The auras of 2 True Realm experts and numerous Zenith Realm experts. Their joint auras instantly dispersed Yang Yi's intent. At this moment, Yang Yi felt suffocated beneath their auras. Yang Yi glanced coldly at them. He slowly raised his left hand to his chest, and then... Chapter 1690. Great Karma and Great Karmic Luck. Bang! A vicious aura swept out from Yang Yi, and then a demon beast appeared before him. Cheongqi. He had no choice but to summon Cheongqi right now. Because his own strength was utterly insufficient to deal with so many experts. Once Cheongqi appeared, he glanced at the surroundings, and then his expression changed. "Kid, I knew it wouldn't be anything good." Yang Yi shrugged. "What else can I do? I have no other choice." "No choice my ass!" Cheongqi shouted angrily, and then his body suddenly started trembling. After that, his body grew larger and larger while the aura he emanated grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he was 5 times larger than he had been. Once he grew larger, Cheongqi roared at the experts around them. Bang! A powerful and vicious aura swept out, and the Zenith Realm experts in the surroundings were blasted extremely far away. As for the True Realm experts, they were pushed around 300 m back as well. The expressions of everyone here changed. Yang Shin stared fixedly at Cheongqi. A ferocious beast! He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually still have a trump card, and it was a powerful ferocious beast. He wasn't the only one. The entire Yang clan hadn't expected this. Yang Ye's figure shook slightly, and the arrows in him were pushed out of him, causing over a dozen little fountains of blood to spray from him. Yang Yi paid no attention to the injuries. After all, he had primordial violet energy to slowly heal them. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he flashed onto Cheongchi's back. Don't get entangled in combat. Let's kill our way out. It made no difference no matter how many people he killed today, because it was impossible for him to annihilate the entire Yang clan. Flee. His goal was to flee from Heaven Void Continent and flee from the scope of the Yang clan's forces. Only then would he be able to survive. You think I don't know? Cheongchi spoke angrily. He was extremely unhappy because every single time Yang Yi summoned him, it was never for anything good. Moreover, every single time was more dangerous than the last. Just like this very moment. Even though he was a ferocious beast from the large universe of Milky Way system, it didn't represent that he could crush the experts of this universe. After all, the people before him were part of the strongest group of people in this universe. Flee? Meanwhile, a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Shen's mouth. You think you can flee when you're in my Yang clan's territory? He gazed at Cheongchi and continued. If you intend to rely on it, then all I can say is that you're dreaming. Not to mention one ferocious beast, even if you had 5, my Yang clan would still be able to kill them all. The Yang clan? Cheongchi's voice carried a trace of ridicule. Is your Yang clan full of idiots? This kid possesses great karmic luck, and your clan's future would be limitless. You'll even have a chance to be ranked amongst the immortals and gods of the large universe. But all of you insist on killing him. All of you are truly idiots. Immortals or gods? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Shen's mouth. What the heck is that? How laughable. Does my Yang clan even need to rely on him? How truly laughable. You're the laughable one. Idiot. Cheongchi cursed. You idiots. This kid doesn't just possess great karmic luck, there's great karma with him. If your Yang clan kills him, your clan is going to suffer horribly. No, if he dies, your Yang clan is finished. Meanwhile, Yang Yi couldn't help but pat Cheongchi's back and asked, Brother Cheongchi, will someone really avenge me if I die? What do you think? Cheongchi spoke angrily. You're not like your father. That thing didn't acknowledge your father, but it acknowledged you. Moreover, that existence didn't refuse you and even asked you to take that little girl home. That proves that he acknowledged you. Do you know what that represents? It represents that you possess a huge group of fucking powerful backing. A huge group? Yang Yi was stunned. A huge group, my ass. I'm on the verge of death, so why aren't they here? Just one would be enough. Cheongchi suddenly fell silent. 2 breaths of time passed before he spoke again. Based on that existence's strength, he should be aware that you've arrived at Milky Way system. Since he hasn't shown himself, he's either in closed-door cultivation or has been delayed by something. In any case, there's nothing to fear. If you die, someone will avenge you. But if I die, who will avenge me? In these years that I've known you, it has been the worst years of my life and the unluckiest years. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. He was quite embarrassed indeed. Since Cheongchi had been by his side, Cheongchi had almost died on many occasions. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Cut the crap. Meanwhile, Yang Shen spoke furiously. None of you can escape today. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. But Yang Yi suddenly patted Cheongchi on the back. Let's not fight and just retreat first. Cheongchi nodded slightly, and then he leaped up and shot towards the sky while carrying Yang Yi on his back. He was swift. Cheongchi was absolutely swift. Because Yang Yi felt like his body was on the verge of being torn apart, and it was the consequence of moving too fast. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Shen's mouth when he saw Yang Yi and Cheongchi fleeing. Both he and the others around him didn't do anything. Right when Cheongchi and Yang Yi were about to charge out of Heaven Void Continent, a voice suddenly came from far away in the starry sky. Go back there. As soon as the voice finished resounding, an ethereal towering mountain suddenly appeared above Yang Yi and Cheongchi. The powerful pressure it emanated caused Yang Yi and Cheongchi to stop on the spot. The mountain stopped on the spot for a moment, and then it suddenly descended again. Yang Ye's expression changed. Meanwhile, Qiongqi leaped up and slammed himself against the huge mountain. Bang! The huge mountain exploded into pieces, but Yang Yi and Qiongqi were blasted to the ground. It didn't take long for them to crash into Fecta City. Bang! The entire city shook violently like there was an earthquake. Yangshan laughed coldly. Flee? Where will you flee? Qiongqi said. Kid, we can't escape. What should we do now? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at Yangshan. Let's kill him first. Not a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiongqi pounced at Yangshan. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yangshan's face changed when he saw Yang Yi and Qiongqi attack. He flipped his left palm and a saber appeared in his grasp. After that, he swung it swiftly. A brilliant ray of saber energy carried a powerful aura as it flashed out from the tip of his saber. Qiongqi naturally didn't try to dodge it. He just raised his claw and slapped the saber energy. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, Yangshan's saber energy was instantly torn apart. At the same time, Qiongqi instantly arrived before Yangshan. Yangshan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately swung his saber again. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. The saber in Yangshan's grasp was slapped into pieces, and the powerful force within Qiongqi's claw caused a mouthful of blood to spray from Yangshan's mouth while his figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Right when Yang Yi and Qiongqi were about to attack again, a spear suddenly arrived before Qiongqi's back. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. Bang! The spear exploded apart, and then around 30 arrows suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, the Zenith Realm experts around them pressed forward and surrounded them again. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, he gazed at the archers in the sky. Kill them. The archers were the most troublesome, because they were very good at finding opportune moments to shoot an arrow at him. That wasn't even the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part was that they could pierce through his physical defenses. Qiongqi slammed his claws against the ground upon hearing Yang Yi. Bang! He relied on the counterforce to transform into a black ray of light that shot towards the green armor unit. They ignored all the other cultivators around them as they charged at the green armor unit, and Yang Yi slashed anyone that stood in their way. No one could resist a swing of Yang Yi's sword. Yangshan hurriedly said, Stop them. As soon as he gave the order, both he and the other old man at the True Realm instantly charged after Yang Yi and Qiongqi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Keep them busy. As he spoke, he tapped his right foot against Qiongqi's back, and then he transformed into a black shadow that vanished on the spot. He was amongst the archers when he appeared once more, and then countless rays of flaming sword energy swept out towards the surroundings. It was a slaughter! Yang Yi had immediately started to slaughter them upon charging into the group. Those archers were extremely strong when executing ranged attacks, but their melee combat ability was quite weak. So, they couldn't stop Yang Yi at all. However, the members of the Mounted Unit and Golden Spear Unit had immediately rushed over and surrounded Yang Yi. As for the surviving archers, they created distance between themselves and Yang Yi again. Meanwhile, Qiongqi was keeping the True Realm experts busy. Qiongqi had extraordinary physical defenses and extreme speed, so he'd forcefully kept both of them locked in combat with him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swung his sword over and over again. Every single attack would either injure or kill one of his opponents. In just a short while, less than 30 of the 72 warriors remained. However, Yang Yi was injured again. His chest, knee, and shoulders had many golden arrows stuck in them. However, it didn't bother him at all, and he was still killing like a madman. Suddenly, Yangshan looked up and said, Are you still not going to help? Do you insist on watching us die? A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from above. We just didn't expect that 2 True Realm experts and the 72 warriors wouldn't be able to kill a single Rebirth Realm cultivator. Bang! As soon as the voice finished resounding, a powerful aura descended from the sky, and then a huge finger flashed out from 300 m ahead of Yang Yi. A moment later, it appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Ye's expression instantly changed, and he immediately swung his sword at it. Bang! The fingers shattered apart, but Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Hiss! 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 As soon as he stopped himself, 6 golden arrows tore through the air. 2 stabbed into his shoulder blades, 2 stabbed into his knees, and the last 2 stabbed into his feet. They pierced through his feet and nailed his feet to the ground. Chapter 1691. Never Afraid. However, that wasn't the end of it. Numerous golden armored cultivators and mounted cultivators instantly arrived before Yang Yi, and then their spears stabbed at Yang Ye's vital points. Suddenly, a ray of golden light flashed, and a woman appeared before Yang Yi. It was Nanjing. And Nanjing's face was extremely calm when she saw the state Yang Yi was in. An instant later, she turned to look at the Zenith Realm warriors that were around Yang Yi, and then she stomped her right foot down and transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! At the same moment that her figure vanished, a spear pierced through the head of a Zenith Realm expert, and she was already behind that Zenith Realm expert. She grabbed her spear and swiftly swung it to her left. Hiss! A ray of golden light flashed, and the Zenith Realm expert on her left was instantly stabbed by Sky Split. Meanwhile, a Nanjing appeared behind that Zenith Realm expert, and then she tapped her right foot against the ground and soared up into the air. After that, she kicked Sky Split with her right foot. Swoosh! Sky Split transformed into a ray of golden light again, and it vanished on the spot. Hiss! An instant later, Sky Split pierced through the head of a cavalry. Meanwhile, a Nanjing had appeared behind that expert, and she kicked that cavalry's head. Bang! That Zenith Realm expert's head instantly exploded apart, while a Nanjing vanished on the spot again with Sky Split in her grasp. Hiss! A moment later, a Zenith Realm expert not too far behind Yang Yi was instantly stabbed through the head. At the instant her spear pierced through that expert's head, and Nanjing had appeared behind that expert, and then she stretched out her right hand. Sky Split, which had just pierced through that expert's head, fell right into her grasp. Suddenly, numerous golden arrows descended from the sky. And Nanjing's expression remained indifferent as she raised her spear and stabbed repeatedly. Clang! 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 The arrows were struck down, and then she tossed Sky Split towards the archers. Swish! Sky Split tore through the air and emanated a terrifying golden glow as it shot towards one of the archers. That archer had instantly turned ghastly pale upon witnessing this, because it was impossible for him to dodge it. Suddenly, an old man appeared before that archer, and then a fist-sized dragon-shaped seal appeared before him. The seal instantly trembled violently upon colliding with Sky Split, and then a wave of powerful force surged out from it and blasted Sky Split away. And Nanjing's expression remained calm. She stretched out her hand and Sky Split returned to her grasp. And Nanjing didn't attack again. She walked over to Yang Yi and gazed at him for a long time before she said, "I'm late." Yang Yi shook his head. "It's fine. I can still deal with this." As he spoke, he shook his body, and the arrows in him were blasted out of him. As soon as that happened, blood sprayed out from him like fountains, and it instantly covered him in blood. And Nanjing lowered her head slightly. "Why didn't you call for me?" Yang Yi grinned. "You were in closed-door cultivation. I didn't want to disturb you." She suddenly looked up at him. "That isn't as important as you, right?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Fine, I won't do it again." "All right?" And Nanjing gazed at him for a long time, and then she nodded. After that, she moved behind Yang Yi. Bang! Meanwhile, a loud explosion resounded from afar. After that, Yang Xin and the other old man who was in battle with Qiongqi were blasted 3 kilometers away. Once he blasted them back, Qiongqi's flashed back over to Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi looked up at the 3rd True Realm expert to make an appearance. The old man wore a violet robe. His robe wasn't the only thing which was violet, even his hair was violet, and there was a fist-sized dragon-shaped seal floating in front of him. It was the leader of the Yang clan's 7 marshals. Yang Ling glanced at Yang Yi, and Nanjing, and Qiong Qi. He remained silent for a moment, and then he shook his head. We thought the 72 warriors and 2 true realm experts could guarantee success. However, we never expected that they would still be incapable of killing you even after the 72 warriors were practically annihilated. Your strength and trump cards have shocked us all. Yan Yi spoke indifferently. And? Yan Ling replied. If we knew you possessed such strength and trump cards, we may have used a different method to deal with you. It wouldn't just be us, even the neutral people in the Yang clan may not have allowed us to act against you. However, he gazed at Yang Yi and continued, however, you have to die now. Even those neutral fellows will choose to kill you. Yang Yi asked, why? Yang Ling replied, because the clan will never allow someone hostile to the clan to stay alive. Especially someone that possesses formidable natural talent and potential. After all, it's impossible for you to hold no hatred towards the clan now, right? Yang Yi grinned. I understand. Actually, I had no hatred towards the Yang clan. Of course, I had no sense of belonging to the clan as well. However, when all of you wanted me to return, you forced me to return when I refused. But once I did return, all of those young masters wanted to kill me instead. I had no choice but to fight back. Once I fought back and revealed both my strength and potential, then all of you higher-ups of the clan wanted to kill me. All of you are really acting like bullies. He glanced at the sky and said, I, Yang Yi, differentiate clearly between kindness and enmity. I don't defend unless offended. Since the Yang clan treated me like this, I swear that if I don't die, the day will come when I'll definitely make the Yang clan pay 100-fold. Yang Ling suddenly said, saying that will only increase our determination to kill you. Yang Yi chuckled. All of you'll try to kill me even if I didn't say that, right? Don't tell me that the Yang clan will let me live if I kneel down and beg for mercy. Yang Ling fell silent for a moment, and shook his head. We won't. Now you have no way out, and it's the same for the clan. Because the clan doesn't want there to be an extraordinary genius who's hostile towards the clan. So, you must die today. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. Are you afraid? And Nanjing gazed at him. When have I ever been afraid? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi roared with laughter. He laughed for a while before he looked up at the sky, and then he said, Well said. Well said. When have we ever been afraid? The Yang clan. Bring it. Let me see if one of the 8 supreme clans of Milky Way system can kill me today. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Ling when he appeared once more. After that, he drew his sword and swung it. Yang Ling's expression remained unchanged. He twisted his wrist slightly, and the golden dragon seal transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards Yang Ye's sword. Golden light surged out like overlapped waves from the seal, and they instantly enveloped Yang Yi and his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded. The golden light shattered into bits, and the powerful energy that erupted from there blasted Yang Yi back to where he'd been standing a few moments ago. Yang Ling glanced at his dragon seal. There was a mark on it. Yang Ling pondered deeply for a moment, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. That sword is supposedly still sealed. It's truly difficult to imagine. If its seal is undone and returns to its original state, then its might would probably be sufficient to obliterate everything before it. It's sealed? Yang Yi looked down at the wooden sword in his grasp. He hadn't expected that the wooden sword was actually in a sealed state. It was so strong while still in a sealed state. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the wooden sword. Brother, I think you can't continue keeping a low profile. It's time to undo your seal. The wooden sword shook slightly while sword howls resounded from within it, and then Yang Yi sensed a trace of its emotions. It was disgruntled, furious, and slightly fearful. Yang Yi possessed the enlightened sword heart and zenith rank sword intent, so he was able to very clearly sense all the emotions of the swords in his grasp. At this moment, the wooden sword felt disgruntled, furious, and slightly fearful. Obviously, it hadn't sealed itself, and it was someone else who'd sealed it. Who sealed it? Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts. Because that wasn't what he should be worried about right now. After he consoled the wooden sword, Yang Yi looked up at Yang Ling and said, "Come, let's continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Ling when he appeared again. After that, he swung his sword again. The wooden sword descended, and the space around him collapsed in an instant. A wisp of solemnness flashed through Yang Ling's eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he tapped a finger against the golden seal. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, and then a wave of terrifying dragon pressure rippled out from the seal. At the same time, the space in a huge area shook violently before cracking open. Meanwhile, Yan Ye's sword arrived before him. Bang! As soon as sword and seal collided, the space here instantly collapsed, but it only took a moment for it to return to normal. Meanwhile, Yan Yi had been blasted 3 kilometers away while Yang Lin had been blasted around 1 kilometer away. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the dragon seal before Yang Ling. The dragon-shaped seal was no ordinary treasure, and it was at the true realm, at least. If he didn't have the wooden sword, he would probably be unable to resist even a single attack from Yang Ling. Yang Ling fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Looks like I can't kill you on my own." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, over 10 powerful auras suddenly charged up into the sky from all directions, and then they shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Nanjing. And Nanjing looked him in the eyes and said, "Our heart is one. Not to mention the Yang clan, even if we have to face all 8 clans, what is there to fear?" Chapter 1692 Burn Fecta's city to the ground. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing for a long time, and then he grinned. "You're right. Our heart is one. It doesn't matter even if all 8 of the supreme clans join forces against us." Swoosh! 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 Meanwhile, 12 black figures appeared behind Yangshan. The 2 black figures who led the group and held daggers in their hands were true realm experts. As for the others by their sides, they were Zenith realm experts. Even though the Yang clan was one of the 8 clans, it still had very few true realm experts. It wasn't just the Yang clan, it was the same for the other 7 clans. So, Zenith realm experts and half-step true realm experts were the main forces of the various clans, and it was especially so for Zenith realm experts. True realm experts were very difficult to foster, while Zenith realm and half-step true realm experts were much easier to foster. Moreover, when Zenith realm experts arrived at a certain number, they were capable of killing true realm experts. Moreover, some Zenith realm experts could kill true realm experts on their own. Of course, such people were quite rare. These 2 true realm experts combined with Yangshan's group of 3 made there a total of 5 true realm experts present here right now. Besides the 5 true realm experts, there were the survivors from the 72 warriors. Only 9 of them remained now. So, if they were included with the 10 Zenith realm experts in black who had just arrived, there were a total of 19 Zenith realm experts here. 5 true realm experts and 19 Zenith realm experts. Needless to say, it was quite a force. Meanwhile, Cheongqi spoke abruptly. "Kid, do you have more trump cards?" Yang Yi gazed at Cheongqi and shook his head. "I don't think I do." Cheongqi fell silent for a short while and said, "Kid, no matter what, we can be considered as friends. So, while I want to flee, I can't. I can't help with much. It'll take 2 true realm experts. You deal with the rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yangshan and the old man by Yangshan's side. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he looked at Nanjing. She was about to speak when Yang Yi said, "They'll fight 2 true realm experts. You take the last true realm expert, and those Zenith realm experts, all right?" And Nanjing nodded slightly, and then she pointed her spear at Yang Ling. "Come!" As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot over 10 kilometers to the left. Yang Ling's face turned icy cold from being provoked like that, and he spoke indifferently. I alone am enough. As he spoke, he tapped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. In an instant, a loud explosion resounded from over 10 kilometers to the left. Meanwhile, there were 2 true realm experts and 19 zenith realm experts in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly took a step forward. He pointed his sword at the 2 true realm experts in black clothes and said, I'll fight both of you on my own. Of course, if you're afraid, you can tell the others behind you to help you. The black clothes figure who led the ground nodded slightly and said, All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other black-clothed figure by his side had simultaneously vanished on the spot. After that, numerous afterimages appeared here. The afterimages surrounded Yang Yi, and the 10 black-clothed Zenith Realm experts vanished on the spot as well. Yang Yi's face fell. Had hoped to provoke them into fighting him 2-on-1, and it would have been best if it was 1-on-1. However, he hadn't expected them to actually not fall for it and gang up on him. 2 true realm experts and 19 zenith realm experts. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he swiftly swung his sword horizontally. Wham! A flaming ray of sword energy flashed out from the tip of the wooden sword. Hiss! 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 Everywhere it passed, numerous afterimages were obliterated, and the 2 true realm experts were pushed back repeatedly as well. However, they were able to stop themselves without being pushed back very far, and then they shot forward again. Meanwhile, the remaining Zenith Realm experts had arrived around Yang Yi, and then numerous rays of cold light flashed and shot like blades towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards one of the Zenith Realm experts. At this moment, he couldn't go on the defensive at all. Once he did that, he would lose the initiative, and then he would suffer a storm of attacks. It was just like any other fight. If one was facing a group of enemies, then one could absolutely not go on the defensive. Because that would only cause one to lose the initiative and have no choice but to passively suffer attacks. So, the only way to avoid that was to target someone and aim to kill. Killing one made them even, killing a second was profit. The black-clothed figures and the 72 warriors were Zenith Realm experts who'd attained the Zenith Realm without relying on any external forces. However, the Zenith Realm was utterly insufficient to face Yang Yi's current strength, and only Zenith Realm experts, who could surmount their realms of cultivation to fight true Realm experts, stood a chance against Yang Yi. So, once Yang Yi targeted someone, that person was dead. That was exactly what happened in reality. A ray of light flashed, and then the head of a black-clothed figure flew up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. However, numerous injuries from blades appeared on Yang Yi's body as well. In just an instant, had suffered at least 10 blade injuries. Fortunately, had prevented them from hitting any vital spots. After he killed a Zenith Realm expert, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a shadow that vanished on the spot. He was behind another Zenith Realm expert when his figure appeared again, and then a ray of light flashed. Hiss! The head of that Zenith Realm expert flew up into the air. However, a few more rays of cold light had appeared around him. At the same time, a few golden arrows were following closely behind the rays of cold light. The arrows were especially dangerous because they were shot at extremely tricky and ruthless angles. Moreover, their targets were his eyes and various other vital spots. Yang Yi didn't dare to let them strike his vital points. After all, they could pierce his physical defenses. Yang Yi immediately issued a command in his heart, and a black shield appeared in front of him. After that, it transformed into a black ray of light that shot forward. Rumble! Along with a string of explosions, the arrows were blasted away by the black shield. However, a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi, and then a ray of cold light shot towards Yang Yi's nape. A true realm expert. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly. He turned around and swung his sword. But at the exact same moment that he turned around, numerous rays of light instantly struck his back, causing blood to spray. The wooden sword descended. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and Yan Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, another black-clothed figure appeared behind him, and then a ray of cold light instantly arrived behind his head. Yan Yi's pupils constricted slightly when he sensed the attack coming from behind him. He couldn't be bothered to take a look at his injuries, and he just immediately turned around and swung his sword. Bang! The black-clothed figure's dagger was instantly obliterated, and then the force of the collision pushed him back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yan Yi's figure was pushed backwards repeatedly as well. However, just after being pushed around 30 m back, another black-clothed figure appeared behind him, and then another ray of cold light arrived behind his head. Moreover, a few golden arrows suddenly tore through the air and arrived before him. Every single one of them was aimed at a vital point. A vicious glow flashed through Yan Yi's eyes. He issued a command in his heart, and the pitch-black shield flew over to stop the arrows while he instantly executed a horizontal sweep with his sword. In an instant, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy swept forward. Bang! Bang! The sword energy obliterated everything before it. However, the aftershock from the collision between his sword energy and the incoming attacks pushed him backwards repeatedly. At the same time, blood ceaselessly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Besides that, his entire body had cracked open, and there were many injuries caused by blades and arrows throughout his body. It could be said that if the primordial violet energy within him wasn't ceaselessly repairing his body, then he would be dead by now. Besides his own will, the reason he was still standing and could still fight was the primordial violet energy within him. It was ceaselessly keeping him alive and preventing his wounds from being life-threatening. Otherwise, even 10 wooden swords wouldn't be able to save him. Because he would be dead. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, the Zenith Realm and True Realm experts around him had vanished on the spot once more. In an instant, numerous afterimages appeared in the surroundings, and they descended upon Yan Yi in waves. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he withdrew 2 energy pearls and swallowed them. The profound energy within him was instantly replenished while he glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, those experts were in front of him. He fell silent for a moment, and then a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, a strand of flames suddenly swept out from within him. The Divine Flames. This time, he stopped using the Divine Flame's strength, and he allowed it to use his strength and attack on its own instead. Using the Divine Flame and allowing it to attack on its own were 2 completely different concepts, and the injuries he suffered were completely different as well. However, he had no other choice now, and he could only let it use his body to attack. As for whether his body could endure its strength, he couldn't be bothered about that any longer. If he was going to die, it was better to drag some people down with him than die alone. Once the Divine Flames swept out, the temperature in Fecta's city instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, the space around Yang Yi started to become more and more ethereal. Bang! A moment later, the space around him collapsed. The Zenith Realm experts around him were instantly swallowed within the Divine Flames, and only those 2 True Realm experts retreated incessantly. Yan Yi's face was extremely warped at this moment. Instead of calling it warped, it should be called ferocious. He gazed at the sky while ferocity covered his face. Burn! Burn Fecta's city to the ground! As soon as he finished speaking, the Divine Flame suddenly exploded apart, and it transformed into countless tongues of flames that shot towards Fecta's city. Everything in its wake was incinerated, and even space ceased to exist. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1693 The Yang clan will be buried with him? The Divine Flame. It spread swiftly. When the Yang clan's experts reacted, the divine flame had stretched throughout Fecta City. In an instant, the entire city became a flaming one, and it only took an instant for it to be burnt to ash. The remaining members of the 72 warriors and the 10 black-clothed figures around Yang Yi were instantly incinerated into ashes. As for the 2 true realm experts, they'd fled quickly and had avoided the divine flame before it could sweep to them. Moreover, they joined forces to resist the flames. So, they'd survived. But the flames were still burning. So, howls of sorrow and misery resounded throughout the city. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, and the divine flame was instantly pressed down to the ground. However, as soon as they touched the ground was incinerated into nothingness as well. However, it didn't take long for the divine flame to suddenly vanish completely. Yang Yi naturally desired to continue burning everything. But he couldn't. If he continued, his body would be the first to be unable to endure it. Even though his body was at the zenith realm right now, he couldn't endure the divine flames for too long. After all, its strength far surpassed his. And Nanjing and Qiongqi returned to Yang Ye's side. And Nanjing walked over to Yang Ye's side. "Are you all right?" Qiongqi spoke as well. "Kid, don't tell me that you're going to die." Regardless of whether it was Qiongqi or Nanjing, their eyes carried worry. Because Yang Yi had used a force that surpassed the limits of his body, so it would definitely cause huge problems for him. Yang Yi fell silent for a few breaths of time before slowly opening his eyes. There was a trace of sickly redness in his eyes. Moreover, his countenance was quite terrifyingly pale. Yang Yi shook his head slightly, and then he withdrew 2 energy pearls. He was just about to consume them when he suddenly stopped. Energy pearls. He only had 2 left right now. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he passed one to Nanjing. And Nanjing had fought quite a few battles, and her profound energy was almost completely exhausted. She needed energy pearls too. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to continue fighting. She glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head. "You need it more than I do." Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly appeared before them. After that, Snowy raised her claws, and a pearl appeared in her grasp. The Spirit Pearl. Snowy was holding the Spirit Pearl that Yang Yi had obtained from the Spirit Race. Yang Yi didn't know what she meant, and he was just about to ask when she suddenly started to rub the Spirit Pearl with both her claws. As she rubbed incessantly, countless strands of spirit energy seeped out from it. Snowy opened her mouth and sucked, and all the spirit energy entered her mouth. After that, she patted her belly lightly, and then opened her mouth. 2 pearls floated out of her mouth. Energy pearls. Yang Yi was visibly astounded. He hadn't expected her to be able to create energy pearls. Meanwhile, Snowy grabbed one of them and passed it to Nanjing. And Nanjing glanced at Snowy, and then she took it, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Thank you." Snowy cracked a smile and quickly waved her claws as if she was saying that Nanjing didn't have to thank her. And Nanjing nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took the other energy pearl in Snowy's claws. A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes when he picked it up. Because the energy contained within it was much purer than the energy pearls he had. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swallow it. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy appeared within him, and then they were absorbed by the primordial pagoda. After that, countless strands of violet energy seeped out from the tiny vortex and dispersed throughout his body, repairing his damaged body. With the primordial violet energy there to heal him, his body instantly started to recover rapidly. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and said, "Help me make more, all right?" Snowy blinked, nodded, and then flashed back into the primordial pagoda. Once she returned to the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. Another old man had appeared there. The old man wore a black robe. His robe was extremely long, and its ends were being dragged against the ground. He held a cane with a dragon head, and the cane was covered in tiny scales. Besides that, there was a bright pearl at the top of the cane. If one went closer and looked carefully, one would notice that it was no pearl, but an eye. The old man was the vice hall master of the Yang clan's discipline hall, Yanggu. He could be considered as at the third level of authority in the Yang clan. Yanggu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "We thought that the 72 warriors, the Shadow Guard, and 3 true realm experts would be enough to kill you. But we never expected that not only were all 72 warriors annihilated, we lost almost all the Shadow Guard as well, and even Fecta's city was destroyed. All of this was truly unexpected." At this moment, Yanggu, Yangshin, and all the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. After all 72 warriors and 10 of the Shadow Guard had been annihilated. It was a great blow to the Yang clan. At the very least, it was impossible to rebuild the 72 warriors in a short while. Even though it couldn't be considered as a serious blow to the clan, the loss that the Yang clan had suffered this time was quite painful. Yang Yi glanced at them and remained silent. 6 true realm experts. Meanwhile, Yanggu added, "If we knew how strong you were, perhaps we would have used a different method. Or to be more precise, the neutral parties in the clan wouldn't have allowed us to kill you." Yang Yi asked, "What about now?" Yanggu looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Now you must die. Even if we don't kill you, those neutral fellows will kill you. Because the clan won't allow anyone hostile to the clan to continue growing. Especially you. If you're allowed to grow, you'll definitely be a threat to my Yang clan." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "I never had a sense of belonging to the Yang clan, but I never felt hostile towards it, nor did I have any intention to fight for the position of succession. But all of you forced me to return, and now you're forcing me to die." He glanced at Yanggu's group and continued, "You'll definitely repay the Yang clan 100-fold for what it has done to me today." Yanggu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. "That will only strengthen our resolve to kill you." Yang Yi chuckled. "I'm just revealing my deepest thoughts. Because I'm very well aware that it doesn't make a difference whether I say that or not. All of you want let me live. Right?" Yanggu nodded. "Indeed." Yang Yi pointed the wooden sword at Yanggu. "I think we should stop wasting our breaths. What do all of you want? I'll accompany you until the end. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters." Yanggu nodded slightly, and then he looked up at the sky. "Everyone who wants to see him dead, show yourselves. Otherwise, he may survive today. If he does, all of you'll die." As soon as Yanggu finished speaking, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared behind Yanggu. A true realm expert. Once the black-robed old man arrived, another 15 old men appeared behind him. All of them were half-step true realm experts. 7 true realm and 15 half-step true realm experts. Even though such a force wasn't the Yang clan's full strength, it was equivalent to 70% of its strength. Meanwhile, Qiongqi said, "Kid, what did you do in your last life? So many people want to kill you when all you did was go home." Yang Yi glanced at Yanggu's group. He hadn't expected that so many in the Yang clan wanted to see him dead. Even though he didn't recognize them, he had no doubt that their status in the clan was definitely not low. Suddenly, Qiongqi gazed at Yanggu's group. "I really don't understand. Is your Yang clan filled with idiots? Do you know who this kid is? He doesn't just possess great karmic luck, great karma is attached to him. So long as you have him, the Yang clan won't just remain as a clan here, it might even be possible for it to be ranked on the divine and immortal rankings." His voice suddenly grew louder at this point. "However, all of you want to kill him. You idiots! If you kill him, all of you'll be killed too." Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, "Brother Qiongqi, you're saying I really do have people to rely on?" "Of course." Qiongqi spoke angrily. "Listen, if you die, someone will definitely avenge you. So, there's no need to fear death. Because someone will definitely bury the Yang clan along with you." Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Qiongqi added, "You haven't just obtained that thing's acknowledgement, you've obtained its master's acknowledgement. Moreover, he gave you an assignment. Do you know what that represents? It represents that he's willing to be bound by karma to you. Or to be more precise, you can be considered to be a disciple of his that's many generations apart." If you die, hell definitely avenge you. Yang Yi puckered his lips. Revenge is useless. Staying alive is the most important right now. Qiongqi shook his head. He should have been able to sense your arrival by now. The reason he hasn't come to see you may be because he's in closed-door cultivation, or he has been delayed by something else. How laughable! Suddenly Yang Gu spoke abruptly. Bury my young clan with him? How truly laughable! You, laughable my ass! Qiongqi roared furiously. I don't want to speak with an idiot like you and make myself look stupid. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. The more trump cards you reveal in battle here, the better the treatment you will get will be. So, we have to retreat. Yang Yi and in Nanjing exchanged glances, and then they appeared on Qiongqi's back. Qiongqi slapped his claws against space and transformed into a black ray of light that shot towards the sky. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Gu's mouth. Can you escape? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge barrier of light appeared in the sky, and then numerous terrifying auras slammed down at Qiongqi. Bang! Qiongqi's figure crashed towards the ground. Boom! An instant later they'd returned to where they had been just a moment ago. Meanwhile, Yang Gu and the others had surrounded them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1694 You've Gone Mad. 7 True Realm Experts and 15 Half-Step True Realm Experts. Yan Ye's face was absolutely gloomy. Because these forces were entirely capable of crushing them. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yan Yi gazed at Qiongqi. What's the maximum you can take? Qiongqi gazed at Yang Yi. How many do you think I can fight? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied. How about you take 5? It'll give you the opportunity to kill 5. The corners of Qiongqi's eyes twitched. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I underestimated how shameless you are. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yang Gu's group. I can't deal with 5, but I can keep 3 busy for you. You deal with the rest. Boom! Once he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from within him, and then the space here instantly started rippling. After that, Qiongqi's body started to grow larger and larger. In less than 3 breaths of time, his figure was almost 3 kilometers tall. His wings were especially huge, and they simply blotted out the sky. Besides that, numerous sharp spikes had appeared on Qiongqi's back, and every single one of them was a few meters long. Beast form. Qiongqi's divine ability. The expressions on Yang Gu and the others' faces had become solemn when they saw Qiongqi's beast form. Meanwhile, Qiongqi flapped his wings. In an instant, the space around him warped, and then his figure vanished on the spot and shot towards Yang Gu's group. The powerful force and extreme speed he possessed caused space to instantly collapse in his wake. In an instant, the sky turned pitch black. At this moment, Yang Gu and the others' expressions grew even more solemn. An instant later, 7 powerful auras appeared in the sky, and they pressed down upon Qiongqi. Bang! The sky instantly trembled violently when Qiongqi's aura collided with those 7 auras, and then space in a huge area collapsed into a black hole. Suddenly, Yang Gu was horrified. Watch out! As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed incessantly within the black hole. H! After that, shrill cries resounded abruptly. Yang Yi had immediately acted when Qiongqi shattered the space here. Because the strength of his laws of darkness would rise tremendously once a black hole had been created, and it was even supplemented by his dual intents and the wooden sword. So, he would be at his prime. The shrill cries were still resounding. Repair the space here! Yang Gu's voice resounded and carried a trace of anxiousness. It didn't take long for the 7 True Realm Experts to jointly repair the space here. However, 5 corpses were on the ground. The 5 corpses belonged to half-step True Realm experts. Yang Gus' face instantly turned gloomy. Meanwhile, Cheong Chi shot towards them again. Yang Gus' expression changed at the sight of this, and he said, Yang Shin, you stabilize the space here. The 2 commanders of the Shadow Guard, both of you keep Yang Yi busy. Yang Mu, you deal with that woman. Don't hold back and kill her as soon as possible. As for the rest of you, come with me to kill that beast. As he spoke, he vanished on the spot. At the same time, the battlefields had been split. Since space couldn't be collapsed, Yang Yi couldn't kill in an instant. He wouldn't fear them if it was a one-on-one battle. Unfortunately, they wouldn't fight him in single combat at all. The 2 black-clothed True Realm experts instantly appeared in front and behind of him, and then 2 rays of cold light shot towards his throat and nape. At the same time, the remaining 10 half-step True Realm experts attacked in unison. In just an instant, Yang Yi was surrounded. Yang Yi's expression remained calm when facing the attacks, and he just raised his sword and swiftly swung a horizontal attack. Bang! The powerful force carried within the wooden sword instantly repulsed both True Realm experts. But Yang Yi's body shook as well because the strength of those 2 True Realm experts was too powerful. Had just repulsed them when 10 old men appeared around him, and then 10 powerful auras slammed down on him. Boom! Unyielding sword intent swept out from within Yang Yi, and then a ray of light flashed. He couldn't kill them in an instant now that there was no black hole for him to utilize. Or, it should be said that he was suppressed as soon as the battle began. 2 True Realm experts and 10 half-step True Realm experts. Such a force wasn't something he could deal with on his own. If he didn't have the wooden sword to rely on, he probably wouldn't even be able to fight back. Because the wooden sword crushed everything in its path, so he was barely able to fight them. Even though Cheong Chi had used his beast form ability, his opponents were 3 True Realm experts. So, he couldn't gain the upper hand. Or it should be said that he was being suppressed as well. However, he was extremely swift and possessed formidable defenses, so he was able to hold on. Cheong Chi and Yang Yi weren't the only ones being suppressed in battle. Even in Nanjing was suffering the same fate. Her opponent was Yang Ling, and the dragon seal in his possession was a true rank treasure. So, she was being suppressed by him. However, Yang Ling wasn't able to gain the upper hand because her combat instinct was extremely good, causing him to have no chance to injure her. In short, all 3 of them were being suppressed in battle. Moreover, this was the Yang clan's territory. So, it was obvious that if this continued, then it would definitely grow more and more disadvantageous for them. Yang Yi naturally understood that. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to change anything right now. Time trickled by. Around an hour later, numerous injuries had appeared on Yang Yi's body and blood was flowing ceaselessly from his entire body. However, had killed 5 more half-step True Realm experts. So, there were only 2 True Realm experts and 5 half-step True Realm experts besieging him right now. Even though they were fewer, it wasn't easy for Yang Yi because he was heavily injured. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The 2 True Realm experts were about to attack again when a voice suddenly resounded. All of you've gone a little too far. As soon as the voice finished resounding, a middle-aged man appeared by Yang Yi's side. The 2 black-clothed True Realm experts and the 5 half-step True Realm experts immediately stopped when they saw him. The man by Yang Yi's side was the commander of the Yang clan's 72 warriors, Yang Jin. Once Yang Jin arrived here, the battles instantly stopped. Yang Gu gazed at Yang Jin for a long time and said, "Why cause internal strife in our Yang clan for him? Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters." Yang Jin suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and looked Yang Gu in the eyes. "Is he not a member of the Yang clan? Is the blood within him not from the Yang clan?" Yang Gu fell silent. Yang Jin continued, "I know why all of you want him to die. It's none other than because you're afraid he'll take revenge on you. I really understand. After all, weeds should be pulled out by the roots, right? He chuckled at this point. But don't you feel ashamed? You actually didn't hesitate to send out 7 true realm experts just to kill a rebirth realm cultivator. Everyone will laugh at our clan if news of this spreads. Yanggu looked Yangjin in the eyes. You should be well aware who else wants him dead. Of course I know. Yangjin nodded. If that person didn't allow it, how could all of you possibly cause such a commotion? Yanggu asked. So, do you still intend to stop us? Yangjin didn't speak. He turned to look at Yang Yi. Meanwhile Yang Yi said, You're the person who saved Nanjing and me that day, right? Yangjin didn't answer Yang Yi. He just gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, You're very like your father. Not only in appearance. Your characters are quite similar as well. Of course, he isn't as insane as you. Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, Yangjin continued, I was your father's subordinate. Of course, he never treated me like one. He once told me that he wanted to make the Yang clan the #1 clan in the medium universe of Milky Way system. Moreover, he wanted to lead the Yang clan into the large universe. However, he shook his head at this point and said, Unfortunately, something suddenly happened to him, and I'm sure you know the rest. Yang Yi was about to speak when Yangjin suddenly looked up at the sky. Did his father wrong the Yang clan? Did he wrong the Yang clan? Why is the clan treating both of them like this? There was no reply from the sky. Meanwhile, Yangjin added, Yan Lin. Yang Gawu. Big brother was kind to both of you. What? Are you really going to just stand by idly and watch his son die here? A long moment of silence ensued before an old man and middle-aged man appeared not too far away from Yangjin. The old man and middle-aged man were the Council of Elders leader, Yan Lin, and the guardian of the Yang clan, Yang Gawu. Yang Lin shook his head slightly. Yangjin, why do this? Yangjin looked Yan Lin in the eyes. Have you really forgotten everything that happened all those years ago? Yan Lin fell silent. Yangjin gazed at Yang Gawu, and then he said, Who saved you when you were almost killed outside the clan? Yang Gawu fell silent as well. Meanwhile, Yangjin suddenly started laughing. I understand. I really do. A change of leader brings a change of heart. Moreover, both of you possess a high position in the Yang clan, and you're not just warriors under Big Brother's command any longer. He paused for a moment and continued, Both of you are still here, but Big Brother is gone, and the relationship we had is gone as well. Meanwhile, Yan Lin said, We won't act against him, but as for helping him, I'm sorry. If we help him, then the clan will truly fall into internal strife. Yang Lin and Yang Gawu vanished on the spot. Yangjin fell silent for an instant, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Leave. Don't let the Yang clan find you. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. I can't. Yangjin replied indifferently. Leave everything else to me. You just leave. Yang Yi glanced at Yangjin and then he said, Thank you. As he spoke, Yang Yi and Nanjing went onto Cheongqi's back. Cheongqi didn't hesitate to flap his wings, and he instantly transformed into a black pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Yang Gu and the others were about to chase after them, but Yangjin suddenly appeared in front of Yang Gu's group. Yang Gu spoke gloomily. Move aside. A smile curled up on the corners of Yangjin's mouth, and then his smile froze while his abdomen started to expand. Yang Gu's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. Self-detonation. Are you mad? Bookmark if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1695 Let's Fight. Self-detonation. Self-detonation of a true realm expert. No one had expected that Yangjin would actually detonate himself. After all, how difficult was it to cultivate to the true realm? Yet now, Yangjin had actually detonated himself in order to save Yang Yi. A terrifying aura surged out from Yangjin like waves. Yang Gu and the others didn't dare to go head-on against it, and they retreated simultaneously. Even though the self-detonation of a true realm expert couldn't kill them, it was absolutely capable of injuring them. Once they were heavily injured, they wouldn't dare to chase after Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi wasn't a weakling. Yang Jun looked up at Yang Yi's shrinking figure, and he said, "A day as a brother, a lifetime as a brother." Boom! An instant later, a rumbling explosion resounded through Fekta City. The space around Yang Jun collapsed in an instant, and the collapse of space was spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. In less than half a breath of time, space in an area of over 50,000 kilometers had collapsed into a pitch-black hole. Moreover, the black hole was still expanding. However, a strand of mysterious energy suddenly appeared here, and then space instantly stopped collapsing before it started to return to normal. 3 breaths of time later, everything had calmed down. At this moment, Yan Yi, Qiongqi, and Nanjing had fled Heaven Void Continent, and they were in the starry sky. Yan Yi stood silently on Qiongqi's back, and his heart was filled with quite complicated emotions. He knew that Yang Jun had detonated himself, but he hadn't expected that Yang Jun would actually not hesitate to detonate himself in order to save him. Of course, it was definitely because of his father. Suddenly, Qiongqi said, "Kid, we won't make it." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts when he heard this. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked up towards the distance. Space there suddenly trembled, and then a black hand suddenly emerged from that expanse of space and slapped down at Yang Yi's group. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. That was what Yang Yi felt right now, and he wasn't the only one because Qiongqi and Nanjing had solemn expressions on their faces as well. Qiongqi spoke solemnly. "Together!" Nanjing and Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then Nanjing tossed Sky Split towards the black hand. Hiss! Sky Split tore through space as it shot towards the hand. When it arrived around 30 m away, countless spear images suddenly appeared around Sky Split. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and it only took a moment for the images and Sky Split itself to slam against the huge hand. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, the spear images exploded into bits. As for Sky Split, it was slapped back into Nanjing's grasp by the powerful force within the hand. At the moment Sky Split returned to her grasp, the powerful force it carried pushed her around 3 kilometers back. But the hand had merely turned slightly translucent. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed. Everywhere the sword energy passed, space was instantly sliced into bits. However, it instantly exploded apart upon colliding with the huge hand. Yan Yi and Nanjing's faces fell when they witnessed this. Meanwhile, Qiongqi leaped forward and slammed himself against the huge hand. Bang! The hand trembled violently and shattered apart. As for Qiongqi, he was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Gu and the others had arrived not too far away from Yang Yi's group. They'd caught up. Yang Gu gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "How can my Yang clan let you escape when it has come to this? If you don't kill a tiger you attack, it'll always be a potential threat. We know that well." The Yang clan had paid a huge price to kill Yang Yi. If they allowed Yang Yi to escape, then not to mention the humiliation they would suffer, based on Yang Yi's natural talent and potential, he would definitely become a formidable enemy for the Yang clan. Yang Yi slowly tightened his grip on the wooden sword and was about to attack. However, Qiongqi's voice resounded in his mind. "Kid, be careful! There's another expert who's staying hidden. That person is much stronger than them. So, don't be careless." Yang Yi nodded slightly, glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Yang Gu. "If I'm not wrong, all of you are injured, right?" Yang Gu spoke indifferently. "Aren't all of you injured too?" A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Qiongqi. The latter immediately slapped his claws at the space in front of them. Bang! Qiongqi's powerful strength instantly collapsed a huge expanse of space, and then Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Gu and the others' expressions changed drastically when space collapsed. Even though Yang Yi was terrifying when he didn't have the help of a black hole in space, he wasn't extremely terrifying. But once he had a black hole in space to help him, then coupled with the undying intense and wooden sword in his possession, Yang Yi's combat strength would instantly multiply by countless times. So, when they saw space collapse, Yang Gu and the others hurriedly repaired it. The joint forces of the 7 of them instantly repaired the space here. However, their faces grew even more unsightly. Because one of them was dead now, and it was the black-clothed figure from the Shadow Guard. As for Yang Yi, he had a dagger stuck in his chest. The dagger was from the final counterattack of that expert from the Shadow Guard, and it was the price Yang Yi paid to kill him. Because Yang Yi hadn't chosen to defend himself at that instant, and had chosen to risk his life to kill his opponent. If he hadn't done that and chose to defend himself instead, then he wouldn't have been able to kill that True Realm expert. After all, there were 6 other True Realm experts here. So long as they were given even a little time, he would definitely be unable to kill any one of them. Even though there was a dagger in his chest, it wasn't very bad for Yang Yi. Because his body was extremely strong, so that black-clothed expert's final attack hadn't been able to pierce through him and stab into his heart. Coupled with the help he received from the primordial violet energy within him, the injury didn't affect him much. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Yang Gu and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly when they saw Yang Yi had killed a True Realm expert in an instant. At the same time, they became extremely vigilant. Yang Yi glanced at the dagger in his chest. He grabbed it and pulled it out slowly. As soon as he pulled it out, a strand of blood sprayed out from the wound. However, it only took a short while for the injury to heal at a visible rate. Yang Gu and the others' expressions grew even more unsightly when they witnessed the scene. Yang Yi's ability to self-heal was much more terrifying than his laws of darkness. If it was any other ordinary person, fighting such a drawn-out battle would have exhausted that person to death. However, up until this point in the battle, not only had Yang Yi shown no signs of being exhausted to death, had exhausted all their strengths and rendered them heavily injured. Suddenly, Qiongqi raised his claws and slapped them down towards the space before him. In an instant, Qiongqi's powerful strength blasted space open again, causing Yang Gu and the others' expressions to instantly change drastically. The space here wasn't as strong as the space on Heaven Void Continent, so Qiongqi could make a huge expanse of space collapse with absolute ease. Once space collapsed, Yang Yi's strength would rise to a horrifying level. At the moment space collapsed, Yang Yi had instantly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi wasn't the only one who'd attack. And Nanjing had tossed Sky Split forward at the same time. Hiss! Sky Split tore through space. Everywhere it passed, even the black hole warped before it. At the instant Nanjing tossed Sky Split, a ray of light flashed. At the same time, numerous powerful auras rippled out from within the black hole. Boom! 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 The entire black hole started trembling violently like an earthquake was surging through it. 3 breaths of time later, everything returned to normal. At this moment, there were only 5 of them left. One more was dead. It was the other member of the Shadow Guard. Yang Gu and the others' expressions grew even more unsightly. Besides that, their faces were covered in fear. True fear. They weren't in the Yang clan's territory anymore, so space could be shattered with ease. Moreover, they weren't able to utilize the formations to fortify space here. So Yang Yi, Qiongqi, and Nanjing's joint forces had become a huge threat to them. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then a cold smile gradually curled up on the corners of his mouth. A moment later, Qiongqi suddenly slammed his claws forward again, and the powerful force within them instantly obliterated the space around them. At exactly the same moment, Yang Yi and Nanjing attacked. However, right when they entered the black hole suddenly went still. It wasn't just the black hole, everything in the surroundings seemed to have frozen. A moment later, a huge black hand suddenly appeared within the black hole. Bang! An instant later, a rumbling explosion resounded, and then space returned to normal. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, Cheongqi, and in Nanjing had moved over 10 kilometers back. Moreover, the huge black hand was floating above their heads. Cheongqi's head had sunk down, while there was blood on the corners of both Yang Yi and in Nanjing's mouths. Obviously, the huge hand had injured all three of them just now. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked towards an expansive space in the distance. He laughed fiercely. "If I'm not wrong, you're the Yang clan's patriarch, right?" A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from there. "You exceeded my expectations. You." Suddenly, Yang Yi pointed the wooden sword in the voice's direction. "Cut the fucking crap. Let's just be a little direct. Let's fight. Fight. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1696, Tearing Off the Talisman. Let's fight. Yan Ye's voice resounded like a thunderclap throughout the area. In an instant, silence filled the surroundings. Around 5 breaths of time later, the space there suddenly trembled slightly, and then a middle-aged man walked out from there. The middle-aged man wore a luxurious robe, had hair that hung down to his shoulders, and kept his right hand behind his back. There was a scroll in his left grasp, and it made him seem like a scholar. However, he wasn't a scholar. He was the Yang clan's patriarch, Yan Shao. He was one of the strongest experts in the medium universe of Milky Way system. Yang Gu and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw Yang Shao, and then they spoke in unison. Patriarch! Yang Shao nodded slightly and gazed at Yang Yi. You're very like your father. However, your father wasn't as ruthless and didn't go to such extremes. Yang Yi replied. And? Yang Shao said. Actually, I never intended to kill you. I wouldn't stoop so low as to make a fuss about things with the junior. Yang Yi replied. But what I see isn't like that at all. Yang Shao nodded and said. While I never intended to kill you, many people in the clan wanted to kill you. They are standing behind me. If I protect you, they will hold a grudge against me. So, I chose to let them do as they pleased. He paused for a moment at this point, and then continued. But I didn't expect that so many experts would still fail to kill you. Yang Yi smiled. So you acted yourself now. Yang Shao looked Yang Yi in the eyes. At this point you must die. Even though I don't fear you, I don't want the Yang clan to have a potential enemy in the future. Of course, I can give you a chance. If you're willing to hand over a few strands of your soul, then I can spare your life. Hand over a few strands of my soul? Yang Yi chuckled. What do you think? Yang Shao replied. I think you'll refuse. Yang Yi nodded. I've figured out the sequence of events. So, Yang Yi suddenly looked up at Yang Shao and continued. I'd like to experience the strength of a top expert in this world. Yang Shao gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, As you wish. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he vanished on the spot. A ray of light tore through space. Yang Yi instantly appeared before Yang Shao, and the powerful energy contained within his wooden sword cracked open the space around Yang Shao. However, it only took an instant for space to return to normal, and then Yang Ye's sword couldn't do anything to the space around Yang Shao any longer. Meanwhile, Yang Shao tapped his finger forward. It tapped against the tip of Yang Ye's wooden sword. Clang! A clear and loud sound of collision resounded, and then space instantly cracked apart. After that, Yang Yi was blasted over 15 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out incessantly from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his right arm had cracked open. Blood was ceaselessly seeping out from the cracks, and it only took a moment for his entire arm to turn blood red. Yang Shao glanced at his finger. His finger had cracked open. He fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the wooden sword in Yang Ye's grasp and said, As expected of that sword. It can harm anything. Yang Yi looked down at the wooden sword, and then he looked up at Yang Shao. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao said, "Have you experienced it as you wished?" Yang Yi replied, "I still want to experience it more." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The Sword of Rebirth. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao tapped his finger forward again, and then space trembled violently before a ripple surged forward. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away again. Yang Xiao suddenly said, "Even though you can kill true realm experts, you only seem strong on the outside, and you're actually weak. Because your strength is something you gain through relying on external sources of strength. Simply speaking, it's your sword that's strong, not you." Yang Yi nodded. He naturally knew what Yang Xiao was talking about. But was there another way? Did he have another choice? He didn't. All of them were at a higher realm of cultivation than him, and they had much more experts on their side. If he didn't rely on external sources of strength, what would he rely on? Even though Head killed true realm experts, Head always been very well aware that it wasn't his true strength. Just as Yang Xiao had said, he was only able to kill true realm experts because of the sword in his grasp. Simply speaking, his mentality was in the right place. Suddenly, Yang Xiao took a step forward, and then he said, "I'll use your death to put an end to the enmity of the past." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger at Yang Yi. Bang! A wave of powerful energy swiftly swept towards Yang Yi like a storm. Everywhere it passed, space instantly warped, and it even pulled at the space in the surroundings, causing it to be pulled into a strange form. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, his sword intent surged out madly, and it was immediately absorbed by the wooden sword. After that, the wooden sword started to tremble violently. Once the energy arrived around 10 m away from him, he suddenly sheathed the wooden sword, and then he swiftly drew it. Wham! A sword howl resounded. Boom! An instant later, both attacks exploded apart in front of Yang Yi. In an instant, a huge expanse of space before Yang Yi collapsed and was obliterated. At the moment that happened, Yang Xiao suddenly frowned slightly, and then he clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The black hole before him shook violently, and then it exploded apart. At the same time, he moved around 300 m back, and then a ray of light suddenly appeared behind him. Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly unfurled his fist, and then a wave of powerful aura rippled out from behind him. Bang! The light was dispersed, and a figure was blasted away. Yang Xiao didn't follow up with another attack, and he just raised his right hand slightly and waved it. In an instant, the collapsed space was repaired. After that, he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. The laws of darkness is not bad indeed. Unfortunately, it's far from sufficient in a battle with me. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then his soul flashed out from his body. The wooden sword was in his soul's grasp. The wooden sword was trembling, and countless strands of sword intent surged madly into the wooden sword while sword howls resounded incessantly. A moment later, Yang Yi's soul and the sword in its grasp vanished on the spot. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. Yang Xiao frowned slightly when Yang Yi's figure vanished, and then he took a step back. As soon as he did that, a sword appeared just 3 inches away from his forehead. However, it couldn't move an inch forward because 2 fingers had clamped down on it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi grabbed the wooden sword with both hands and twisted it. Bang! A sword howl resounded, and Yang Xiao was pushed over 100 m back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's soul had returned to his body. He naturally didn't dare to let his soul stay away from his body for too long. After all, Yang Gu and the others were here, and he would be finished if they launched an attack on his body. Yang Xiao glanced at his palm. There was a hole there, and blood was ceaselessly seeping out from it. So, his palm was blood red right now. A moment of silence ensued, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. That move isn't bad. Unfortunately, it still isn't enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, the space before him rose up like a wave in Yang Yes' direction. Yang Yes' expression changed at the sight of this. He held the wooden sword in both hands and swung it forward. Bang! The space before Yang Yi was instantly sliced open. However, the powerful force carried within space blasted Yang Yi over 10 kilometers away. Numerous mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him once he stopped himself. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao started walking slowly in Yang Yes' direction. Didn't you want to experience the strength of the top experts in this world? Now that you have, what do you think? Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Xiao. It's nothing great. Yang Xiao stopped moving. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, Your internal organs have cracked apart, and there isn't much profound energy left in you. Even your body had cracked open. Not to mention me, anyone can kill you with ease. Yang Yi replied. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Xiao nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Gus' group. An old man suddenly flashed out from the group. He didn't waste his breath and just charged at Yang Yi. And Nanjing and Qiongqi intended to help Yang Yi when they witnessed this. However, Qiongqi suddenly stopped in Nanjing. And Nanjing was puzzled, and she gazed at Qiongqi. The latter shook his head slightly. Step back. And Nanjing frowned slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly pulled open his right sleeve. There was a golden talisman on his right wrist. He grabbed a corner of the golden talisman with his left hand, and then it was slowly lifted off his wrist. At the moment it was fully removed, Yang Yes' face instantly warped. At the same time, the right side of his body suddenly started trembling violently. Meanwhile, that old man, a true realm expert, had arrived just 30 m away from Yang Yi. H! Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded. The expressions of everyone here changed. In Yang Yes' right grasp was a head that had its eyes open. That head belonged to that true realm expert who charged at Yang Yi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1697. I'll be back. At this moment, there was a golden bracer on Yang Yes' arm, and there was a tiny character on the bracer. His hand was trembling, it was trembling violently. Meanwhile, Yang Yes' face was savage and warped. It seemed like he was enduring some sort of tremendous pain. What's that? And Nanjing stared at Yang Yes' right arm as she asked this question. Qiongqi fell silent for a moment, and then he replied. The war god's arm, the war god that once reigned supreme through the world. And Nanjing asked. The war god? Was he strong? Qiongqi nodded. Very strong. And Nanjing nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi held the head in his hand as he started walking in Yang Xiao and the others' direction. When he arrived around 30 m from them, he casually tossed the head over to them. So true realm experts are this weak. Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he gazed at Yang Yes' right arm. He wasn't the only one. Yang Gu and the others were looking at Yang Yes' right arm as well. Obviously, the arm was the reason that Yang Yes' strength had risen to such a terrifying extent. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Xiao said, I never expected you to possess such a trump card. Unfortunately, it's still an external source of strength and doesn't belong to you. If I'm not wrong, you're definitely unable to endure its strength, and you're actually enduring tremendous pain. It'll take an hour at most. After that, I wouldn't have to kill you because you'll die from the energy of that arm. Yang Yi laughed ferociously. All of you'll die before that happens. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was before Yang Xiao when he appeared again. After that, he slapped his palm at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took a step forward and tapped 2 fingers towards Yang Yi. Yang Yes' palm and Yang Xiao's finger came into contact while everyone watched. Boom! An explosion resounded. Yang Xiao was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and both his fingers were obliterated. Yang Gu and the others were astounded. They hadn't expected that Yang Ye's strength had actually arrived at such a level. Yang Gu and the others weren't the only ones who were astounded. Yang Xiao was quite surprised as well. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be strong enough to injure him. After all, the gap between him and Yang Yi was huge. As far as he was concerned, it was impossible to close that gap with external sources of strength. However, even he couldn't resist Yang Ye's current strength. Yang Xiao's gaze descended onto Yang Ye's right arm again. "What is that arm? An arm that'll take your life!" As soon as Yang Ye's ferocious voice resounded, he vanished on the spot again. At the same moment, Yang Xiao swiftly took a step back, and then he slapped his right palm forward. The powerful energy within his palm instantly created a shocking vortex in space. However, when Yang Ye's palm descended, the space there shattered in an instant, and then Yang Xiao was pushed back repeatedly from within the black hole. Suddenly, the black hole started to spin. In an instant, the black hole transformed into a black-colored vortex, and it swept Yang Xiao into it. Yang Gu and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this, and they were about to attack. Bang! However, a loud explosion suddenly resounded from within the vortex, and then space was repaired by a strand of mysterious energy. Yang Gu and the others hurriedly gazed at Yang Xiao, and their faces fell when they saw him. Because there was a trace of scarlet red on the corner of Yang Xiao's mouth. Besides that, there was an injury created by a sword on Yang Xiao's chest. Yang Xiao had actually been injured. Yang Gu and the others were absolutely shocked by this. Yang Xiao was one of the strongest experts in this world, but what about Yang Yi? Yang Yi was just a rebirth realm cultivator. The rebirth realm. A rebirth realm cultivator had actually been able to injure the Yang clan's patriarch. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. However, the facts before them told them that Yang Yi had accomplished that. Yang Gu and the others gazed at Yang Yi. There was killing intent in their eyes, undisguised killing intent. This time, they weren't fearful of Yang Yi, they were quite afraid. Truly afraid. Yang Yi was only at the rebirth realm, yet he possessed such strength. Even though he was relying on external sources of strength, it still belonged to him. Once he attained the zenith realm, then wouldn't Yang Yi be able to kill true realm experts like he was slicing through vegetables? At this moment, they'd formed enmity with Yang Yi, so Yang Yi would definitely take revenge in the future. Thus, if Yang Yi didn't die today, they could imagine that they would have to die in the future. So, Yang Yi had to die. Yang Gu and the others weren't the only ones that had such thoughts, even Yang Xiao did. He really hadn't taken Yang Yi seriously before this. After all, he had the ability to do that. Yet now, he knew that if he allowed Yang Yi to continue growing, then the Yang clan would definitely have a formidable enemy in the future. Yang Yi had to die. As soon as he thought up to this point, Yang Xiao slowly clenched his fists. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Xiao when he appeared again. After that, he clenched his right fist and slammed it down at Yang Yi. A powerful wave of force instantly obliterated the space around him, causing the surroundings to instantly fall into darkness. Mantra point! Suddenly, Yang Xiao's voice resounded in the black hole. An instant later, a wave of powerful energy swept out from the black hole, and then the black hole was torn up into pieces. Rumble! Explosions resounded incessantly through the black hole, and it took over a dozen breaths of time for space to return to normal. Nanjing slowly clenched her fists while she stared at that expanse of space in the distance. There was worry in her eyes. It didn't take long for space there to fully return to normal, and both Yang Yi and Yang Xiao appeared before everyone. They were around 3 kilometers away from each other, and both of them looked fine on the outside. Just like that, around 10 breaths of silence ensued before Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Yi's right arm again. "What arm is that?" Had asked a similar question earlier, and Yang Yi hadn't answered him. Now had asked again. Obviously, he was extremely curious about the arm. Of course he was. Because Yang Yi was able to fight him by relying on that arm. Yang Yi didn't answer Yang Xiao. He just stomped his right foot down and shot forward. This time, his target wasn't Yang Xiao but Yang Gus group. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Gu and the others' expressions changed at the sight of this. They weren't Yang Xiao who could resist Yang Yi in his current state. Even though they were extremely fearful, none of them retreated. They were true realm experts at any rate, so they had mental fortitude and courage. Yang Gu immediately slammed his cane forward. Yang Ling and the others behind Yang Gu attacked simultaneously as well. How terrifying were the joint forces of 4 true realm experts. A gigantic expanse of space shook violently. It was absolutely shocking. Yang Yi didn't slow down at all. Viciousness flashed through his eyes as he clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. A wave of powerful force surged out from his fist and rippled forward. In just an instant, a huge expanse of space collapsed, and then Yang Gu and the others' expressions changed drastically in response. Because Yang Yi's strength was the most terrifying when he was within a black hole. Fortunately, the newly collapsed expanse of space was instantly repaired. It was Yang Xiao. He naturally had to help. Because Yang Yi was within a black hole, and true realm experts were nothing to Yang Yi while he was in a black hole. Yang Yi could kill them at will. Even though the Yang clan was a huge clan, it couldn't afford to lose true realm experts. Or it should be said that the Yang clan had lost enough true realm experts. If Yang Gu and the others perished here, then the Yang clan would have truly suffered severe losses. At this moment, Yang Yi had appeared 3 kilometers away. His face was completely warped, and his right hand was still shivering. Actually, if one looked carefully, one would notice that it wasn't just his right hand which was shivering, his entire body was shivering. Even though it was just an arm, its original owner had been an extremely terrifying existence while he was still living. Yang Yi's current strength was too inferior to the arm's original owner. So, he wasn't able to endure its strength at all. Now, he was enduring it with his willpower. But he was almost on the verge of failing to endure it. Suddenly, Yang Xiao leaped up into the air and arrived above Yang Yi, and then he slapped his palm down at Yang Yi. A huge black palm descended from the sky and seemed to intend to smack Yang Yi into bits. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked up at the huge palm above him, and then he stomped his right foot down, shot up into the air, and slapped his palm at the huge palm. Boom! Yang Xiao's attack was slapped into bits. Yang Yi didn't attack again after he did that. His figure flashed over to Qiongqi instead. Let's go! His voice was very hoarse. Qiongqi was stunned for a moment, and then he slapped his claws down and shot off towards the starry sky with Yang Yi and a Nanjing on his back. Stop them! Yang Xiao's voice resounded, and then his figure transformed into a beam of light that charged at Yang Yi's group. Yang Gu and the others hurriedly followed after Yang Xiao. Suddenly Yang Yi slapped his palm downwards in their direction. Bang! A wave of powerful force surged down from above. Yang Xiao was instantly pushed backwards repeatedly. He wasn't the only one, Yang Gu and the others suffered a similar fate. They stopped themselves after being pushed numerous kilometers back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's group had vanished into the depths of the starry sky. At the same time, Yang Yi's ferocious voice resounded from far away. Yang Clan! I'll be back! I definitely will! End of Book 13. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1698. You're a lefty now. Book 14. Revenge and Redemption. Yang Yi's voice reverberated like thunder through the starry sky. Yang Xiao and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi had fled. Had fled while being surrounded and attacked by numerous experts of the Yang clan. A day ago, killing Yang Yi was an absolutely easy thing for the Yang clan. Because he was just a rebirth realm expert. So, wasn't it absolutely simple for the Yang clan to kill a rebirth realm expert? However, everything far surpassed their expectations. It wasn't just Yan Ye's strength that had surpassed their expectations, Yan Ye's trump cards had far surpassed their expectations as well. Yan Yi was just at the rebirth realm now. If he attained the zenith realm, or the true realm. At that time, could anyone in the Yang clan stop him when he used the wooden sword and that arm? Based on Yan Ye's vengeful character, they had no doubt that he would return to the Yang clan. When he did so, he would definitely wash the Yang clan with blood. Everyone here fell silent, and the atmosphere here was quite suffocating. A long time passed before Yang Xiao spoke abruptly. Use all the resources available to my Yang clan to find him and issue a warrant for him. As for its contents, Yang Yi colluded with outsiders to steal a precious treasure of the Yang clan. The Yang clan is willing to reward Yan Ye's killer with a true rank treasure and a chance to choose any 2 true rank techniques from the Yang clan's technique pavilion. He paused for a moment and continued. In the event one is unable to kill him, my Yang clan is still willing to give a true rank technique for information related to Yan Yi. Besides that, tell our fellow clansmen that Yan Yi is our clan's #1 enemy from now on. Yang Gu and the others' expressions were extremely gloomy, and they remained silent. Yang Xiao closed his eyes slowly. Suddenly, he turned to look towards the distance. There was a woman there. Everyone gazed at her. Yang Xiao gazed at her for a long time and asked, "Why didn't you help? We would have had a 90% chance of killing him if you helped." She shot a sideways glance at Yang Xiao's group and replied with a question. "Why should I?" Yang Xiao replied. "You're a member of the Yang clan," she said. "Isn't Yang Yi a member of the Yang clan too?" Yang Xiao gazed at her for a long time before he said, "Is this what you want?" She shook her head. "Not entirely," Yang Xiao asked. "Are you that desperate to be the Yang clan's patriarch?" She looked him in the eyes and replied, "Yes." Yang Xiao and her gaze were locked for a long time before he said, "I feel like killing you right now." She shrugged and gestured at them. "Why don't you give it a try?" Yang Xiao gazed at her, and he slowly clenched his right fist. A short while later, he slowly closed his eyes and relaxed his clenched fist. The Yang clan couldn't afford to engage in further internal strife. A short while of silence later, Yang Xiao opened his eyes and gazed at her. Women can't inherit the position of patriarch. It's a rule set by our ancestor. She gazed at Yang Xiao. Our ancestor was pedantic. Are all of you going to be like that too? How dare you! Yang Xiao shouted angrily, and then he slapped his right palm forward. A black palm instantly flashed out from the space before him, and then it slapped down at her. Suddenly, she raised her hand and tapped a single finger forward. Hiss! A bolt of lightning tore through space, and it blasted Yang Xiao's attack into bits. However, it didn't vanish after the collision, and it didn't even slow down as it instantly arrived before Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he slammed his fist forward. Boom! The lightning exploded apart in an instant. However, it didn't vanish. All the strands of electricity created from the explosion returned to the woman, and then they converged together once more to form a completely new bolt of lightning which floated before her. Yang Xiao glanced at his fist. It was pitch black, and he wasn't even able to feel it anymore. A few breaths of silence later, he looked up at her. The true realm. No wonder you're so confident. She glanced at Yang Xiao and the others before she said, "I'm the future patriarch of the Yang clan. If the rules set by the ancestor prohibit me from doing so, then I'll annul his rules. If all of you refuse to let me be the patriarch, then I'll destroy all of you." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yang Xiao just gazed in that direction for a long time, and then he took a deep breath and said, "She's grown her wings and can fly solo now." Yang Gu spoke in a low voice. "We should have killed her all those years ago." Yang Ling shook his head. "She kept a really low profile then." Yang Xiao placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. There was a lost expression in his eyes. Two peerless geniuses appeared in my Yang clan, but it's not fortune. Ancestor, is my Yang clan going to fall into decline? Ferocity suddenly flashed into his eyes at this point. No! I will absolutely not allow the Yang clan to fall into a decline while it's in my hands. From this moment onward, and going into closed-door cultivation, no one is to disturb me. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A long moment of silence appeared here, and then Yang Gu said, "Is he going to inherit that thing?" Yang Ling nodded slightly. "He should be." Yang Gu sighed softly and didn't speak further. It didn't take long for everyone here to vanish. Because the Yang clan sealed off all information related to the incident between Yang Yi and the Yang clan, it hadn't spread into the outside world. However, the Yang clan did issue a warrant for Yang Yi. So, countless people started to look for Yang Yi. Because the rewards provided by the Yang clan were extremely tempting, and Yang Yi was only at the rebirth realm. As far as many were concerned, killing a rebirth realm expert was definitely not difficult at all. So, some had started to search for Yang Yi as they hoped to gain such a windfall. After they fled Heaven Void Continent, Qiongqi's figure rushed into the depths of the boundless starry sky. A long time later, Yang Yi suddenly spoke hoarsely. I can't hold on for much longer." Qiongqi was just about to speak when Yang Yi's right hand suddenly slapped down towards Qiongqi's back. Boom! Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Qiongqi was slapped down to the ground, and it didn't take long for his furious cursing to resound from below. "Kid! What the hell?" Yang Yi used his left hand to hold tightly onto his right hand, and his entire face had warped. And Nanjing's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Don't come closer! I can't control this hand. It's growing stronger and stronger. However, and Nanjing still walked over. Suddenly, Yang Yi roared with fury and slapped his palm in her direction. Her eyelids twitched, and she stabbed Skysplit forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both she and her spear were blasted over 10 kilometers away. Blood seeped out from both corners of her mouth when she stopped herself. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his hand and slapped it at her again, and a strand of extremely powerful energy surged out like a wave. And Nanjing's expression changed. She was about to attack when Qiongqi suddenly appeared before her, and then he raised his right claw and slapped it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded and Qiongqi was blasted 3 kilometers away. And Nanjing glanced at Qiongqi, and her face fell. Because the scales on Qiongqi's body had actually cracked open. Yang Yi was about to attack again when Qiongqi suddenly spoke. Hurry! Stick the talisman back on your arm! Hurry! Yang Yi was stunned when he heard Qiongqi, and then he flipped his left palm. The golden talisman appeared in his left grasp before he slapped it on his right arm. As soon as it was stuck on his arm, Yang Yi's shaking arm gradually stopped shaking. Even though it was still trembling, it wasn't that intense anymore. Moreover, his arm was gradually calming down further. Around 3 breaths of time later, it had calmed down completely. Qiongqi and Nanjing appeared before Yang Yi. And Nanjing's expression changed again when she saw his arm. Yang Yi looked down at his right arm, and he was stunned when he saw it. His right arm was still that right arm with the golden bracer. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and tried to raise his right arm. However, he was shocked to notice that it didn't move at all. Simply speaking, he couldn't feel his right arm anymore. Yang Yi gazed at Qiongqi and Nanjing. What's going on? And Nanjing frowned slightly. What? Yang Yi replied. I can't feel my arm. As he spoke, he raised his left hand and placed it on his right hand. However, his right hand didn't feel anything. No matter what he did, he couldn't feel anything from his right hand. At this moment, Yang Yi fell into slight panic. Suddenly, Qiongqi said, The war god's arm destroyed your original arm. Yang Yi looked up at Qiongqi. It destroyed my arm? What do you mean? Qiongqi replied. Your arm was inferior to it, so it replaced your arm. So now that you've sealed it with the talisman, its strength and everything it possesses has been sealed. Thus you can't feel it. Yang Yi was stunned. Then what should I do? Cheongchi replied. What are you worried about? Don't you still have a right arm? Moreover, it's even stronger than before. You're just unable to truly control it. So if worse comes to worse, you can just avoid using it for now. Avoid using it? Yang Yi spoke with disbelief. You're asking me to avoid using my right hand? Then I should use my left in battle from now on? What else? Cheongchi continued. You can't fully control the war god's arm right now. Moreover, it was still growing stronger just now. In other words, it may kill you if you remove the seal right now. Cheongchi paused for a moment and continued. Congratulations, you're a lefty from now on. Please tell me how you feel. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1699. I kill with every 10 steps I take. Chapter 1699. I kill with every 10 steps I take. A lefty. Cheongchi wasn't wrong. Yang Yi was a lefty right now. Because he couldn't use his right hand at all, nor did he dare to use it. The war god's arm was way beyond his capabilities. Once he unsealed it, then not to mention the people around him, even he would be in danger. A lefty. Yang Yi glanced at his left hand, and he had a very gloomy expression on his face. He usually used his right hand. Now that he had to use his left hand, he wouldn't just be unaccustomed to it. The most important part was that his strength would definitely decline tremendously. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. He was just about to speak when he suddenly looked up towards the left. Show yourself! As soon as he finished speaking, space there trembled, and then an old man walked out slowly. Yang Yi knew the old man. It was the Wu clan's Grand Elder. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. He had no doubt that the Grand Elder of the Wu clan was here for her. Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment, and was about to speak. But the Wu clan's Grand Elder spoke abruptly. Missen, don't you want to grow stronger? Nanjing gazed at the Grand Elder. What are you trying to say? The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. Missen, my Wu clan is aware that you want to stay by Yang Yi's side. However, you won't be able to grow swiftly while you stay by his side. Nanjing looked him in the eyes. And I can do that in the Wu clan? The Grand Elder answered her without the slightest hesitation. Yes. What makes you so confident? It was Yang Yi who asked this question. The Grand Elder looked them in the eye. Because the soul of my ancestor has arrived. He came especially for Missen. Wu Mu. Yang Yi frowned. He came for her? What do you mean? The Grand Elder nodded. My ancestor wants to give her his entire inheritance. The Grand Elder's face became slightly uncomfortable at this point. Wu Mu's inheritance was something everyone in the Wu clan dreamed of obtaining. Yet now, Wu Mu was giving it to an outsider. So, it wasn't just him, even everyone in the Wu clan felt quite unhappy, but no one dared to object to it. Yang Yi looked the Grand Elder in the eye and asked, Why is your ancestor giving his inheritance to her and not your Wu clan? The Grand Elder laughed bitterly. Even though he didn't say anything, we know that it's because no one in the Wu clan is suitable. Or I should say that no one is qualified. My ancestor has no ill intent towards her, and neither does my Wu clan. My ancestor wants to give her his inheritance because he thinks highly of her natural talent. He paused for a moment and continued. Of course, my ancestor did say that Missen can decide if she wants to accept it or not. If she isn't willing, then he won't force her. However, the doors of my Wu clan will always be open for Missen. Then can you open it for me too? Yang Yi suddenly said. Grand Elder. See, my natural talent isn't bad either. I'm really willing to join the Wu clan and learn from it. The corners of the Grand Elder's eyes twitched. He glanced at Yang Yi and laughed bitterly again. If it was before this, then it would naturally not be a problem. But now, he didn't continue speaking once he spoke up to this point. Yan Yi was irreconcilable enemies with the Yang clan. If the Wu clan took Yan Yi in now, then it would be equivalent to going to war with the Yang clan. Even though the Wu clan didn't fear the Yang clan, it didn't have to go to war with the Yang clan. Yan Yi smiled. I was joking. He gazed at Nanjing as he spoke. A long moment of silence ensued before Nanjing gazed at Yan Yi. I want to go to the Wu clan. Yan Yi nodded. I support your decision. Even though he wanted her to stay by his side, he didn't want to hinder her growth. She gazed at him and asked, You'll be going back to the Yang clan, right? The Yang clan! A wisp of gloominess flashed through Yan Yi's eyes. Of course. Of course I will. How could he forget what the Yang clan had done to him? He intended to make them pay 100-fold for what they'd done. And Nanjing nodded slightly. Don't forget to let me know when you're heading back. I'll go with you. Yan Yi replied. Of course. And Nanjing didn't say anything. She just gazed at the Grand Elder. The latter nodded and was about to leave. But he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He hesitated for a moment before he gazed at Yan Yi. I think that you should go to a place. Perhaps you'll gain something there. Yan Yi asked. Where? The Wu clan's Grand Elder fell silent for a few moments and said, Phoenix Cry Mountain. Yan Yi frowned slightly. What's that place? The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. The place where a sword cultivator fell. Yan Yi's eyes lit up. Was it where the owner of the wooden sword fell? The Grand Elder shook his head slightly. In terms of cultivation in the Sword Tao, that existence who fell at Phoenix Cry Mountain is much greater than the owner of that wooden sword. He's a cultivator who started from the small universe in Milky Way system. When he arrived in the medium universe, his swift and elusive sword technique shocked countless experts here. Because his sword technique carried a scholarly and righteous aura, he was also called the Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal! Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Was he killed? The Grand Elder shook his head. I don't know. After he died, the place where he fell, Phoenix Cry Mountain, was covered by a huge green lotus sword formation which his sword created. So, outsiders are unable to enter at all. As time passed, the sword formation grew weaker and weaker. Thus, many people and especially sword cultivators are rushing to Phoenix Cry Mountain with the hopes of laying eyes on him. Of course, even more hope to obtain his inheritance. The Grand Elder glanced at Yan Yi at this point, and then he continued, You're a sword cultivator, so you can go have a look. However, you must be careful because the Yang clan is looking everywhere for you. Yan Yi nodded. I will. The Wu clan's Grand Elder nodded slightly. Farewell. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. And Nanjing gazed at Yan Yi for a long time before she said, They'll be waiting for you. She turned around and vanished on the spot as well. Once she left, Yan Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Xiongqi. Brother, are you all right? Xiongqi spoke angrily. What do you think? Yan Yi smiled embarrassedly, and then he spoke seriously. Both of us need to grow stronger. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. This time, Head relied on numerous trump cards to escape the Yang clan. Simply speaking, the gap between him and the Yang clan was still extremely huge. If he wanted to take revenge, he would be dreaming if he thought he could accomplish it with his current strength. Of course we have to. Xiongqi spoke fiercely. Kid, let me tell you this. I really can't stand the sight of that Yang clan of yours. So, I've decided to attack them with you and cleanse this humiliation I've suffered today. Yan Yi nodded. Of course we will. After that, Yan Yi and Xiongqi started to heal themselves. Both of them were completely exhausted during the battle. It was especially so for Yan Yi. His body was exhausted to the limit after suffering backlash from the strength he used during the battle. If it wasn't for the primordial violet energy he had, he would be dead by now. In the third level, Yan Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while countless strands of primordial violet energy were swiftly repairing his body. Snowy Zier and Xiao Yushi weren't very far away from where he sat. At this moment, all of them were looking at him with worried expressions on their faces. It was especially so for Snowy. The rims of her eyes were filled with mist, and it seemed like they would converge into pearls of water at any moment. 4 hours later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. As soon as his eyes opened, Snowy pounced into his arms and ceaselessly rubbed her head against his chest. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently while a wisp of gentleness flashed through his eyes. After that, he gazed at Zier and Xiao Yushi. "I'm sorry for making all of you worry." Xiao Yushi shook her head slightly and remained silent. Zier walked over to him and spoke softly. "Be careful next time." Yang Yi smiled as he nodded. After that, he didn't leave the primordial pagoda immediately, and he accompanied them for some time. Since he left Merak's system for the Milky Way system, he hadn't spent time with them for a long time. The happiest was definitely Snowy. As far as Snowy was concerned, the happiest thing was to play with Yang Yi. She didn't think too much about anything, and she just wanted to play. Play happily to her heart's content. However, the situation with the wooden sword made Yang Yi feel quite depressed. Because it was unwilling to let him get close to it. According to Snowy, the wooden sword could sense the powerful slaughter intent and viciousness that he had. Fortunately, it was willing to let him use it on a monthly basis because of Snowy. Yang Yi didn't try to ask for more because he didn't want to rely on it too much. 3 days later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda and traveled to Phoenix Cry Mountain. He needed to improve his strength, so he wouldn't let go of any chance to improve his strength. Moreover, he wanted to see that legendary sword immortal. Because Yang Xian had given him a map that day, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to find Phoenix Cry Mountain. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Yang Yi covered himself beneath a green robe, and it completely concealed his appearance. 3 days later, Yang Yi arrived at Sword Immortal City. Sword Immortal City was below Phoenix Cry Mountain. It wasn't called Sword Immortal City in the beginning, but because of Phoenix Cry Mountain and the fact that the Sword Immortal had stayed here in the past, it was called Sword Immortal City. Yang Yi didn't fly into the city. He descended to the ground outside the city because there was an anti-flight formation above the city. Even though the formation was nothing to him, he didn't want to cause trouble. He wasn't here to cause trouble. Right when Yang Yi was about to enter the city, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the wall on his left. There was a row of words there: "I kill with every 10 steps I take, and no one can stop me. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1700 The Wine and Poetry Immortal. The words were written with grand and beautiful strokes, and they felt elegant and unrestrained. Li Tai Bai. Suddenly, a man with a sword on his back and a woman appeared by Yang Yi's side. The man gazed at the writing. The sword immortal, Li Tai Bai. Supposedly, he wasn't just fond of the sword, he was fond of poetry and wine too. So, he was also called the Wine Immortal and Poetry Immortal. The Wine Immortal. The Poetry Immortal. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at them. The man was around the age of 25, had clear features, a sword on his back, and emanated a faint strand of sword intent. The woman was slightly younger, and seemed just around 20 years of age. She wore a tight green dress, and her figure was very good. Her figure wasn't the only thing that was good, she was very beautiful too. There was a sword hanging on her waist. The man suddenly asked, "Brother, are you here for the Sword Immortal's inheritance too?" Yang Yi nodded. "Sort of. However, I mostly just want to meet that Sword Immortal." The man smiled. "My sister and I are here to meet him too. We aren't the only ones. I'm afraid all the sword cultivators in the world are here." Yang Yi was quite surprised. "All the sword cultivators in the world?" The man nodded. Li Tai Bai came from the small universe. "What sort of place is that?" "It's where our human race's civilization of cultivation began. Even though Li Tai Bai isn't an ancient cultivator, had one of the first to start cultivating. I think that many sword cultivators would like to see how strong such a sword cultivator is." Yang Yi turned to look into the city. Then let's go! It didn't take long for them to enter the city. During their conversation, Yang Yi found out that the man's name was Xiao Jian, and the woman was Xiao Yushui. They were siblings, and both were at the zenith realm. It wasn't just their cultivation, even their sword intent was at the zenith rank, just like him. This made Yang Yi feel quite surprised. Sword Immortal City wasn't huge, but it was exquisite. There were very few buildings in the city, so it seemed very spacious. All along the way, Yang Yi met many sword cultivators. Most of them were extremely strong. Especially some that even gave him a sense of danger. There was always someone stronger. Yang Yi had never thought that he was the #1 sword cultivator in the world. There were too many experts in the world, so it was best to be humble and keep a low profile. Of course, he would make a show of strength when necessary. Xiao Jian suddenly asked, "Brother Yi Yang, you're going to Phoenix Cry Mountain right now?" Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Jian. "Why? You're not going now?" Xiao Jian shook his head slightly. "Not now. Because a sword conference is being held tomorrow. We intend to head to Phoenix Cry Mountain after the conference." Yang Yi was puzzled. "A sword conference?" Xiao Jian replied. "You don't know about it?" Yang Yi shook his head. Xiao Jian glanced at Yang Yi and explained. "It's hosted by Li Fengyu." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. "You should know Li Fengyu, right?" Yang Yi shook his head again. At this moment, both brother and sister had surprised expressions on their faces. Yang Yi asked, "Is he very famous?" Xiao Jian laughed bitterly. "He isn't just famous, he's ranked at the 4th position on the Milky Way rankings. There's a saying in our medium universe of Milky Way system, Fengyu of the south and Linsang of the north. They are the only known sword cultivators to have attained the true rank in sword intent." The true rank in sword intent! Yang Yi was visibly moved. Because possessing true rank sword intent was quite amazing. Needless to say, all sorts of formidable experts were hidden in the medium universe of Milky Way system. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian added, "Everyone has their own sword Dao, and everyone's sword Dao is different. If all the sword cultivators of the medium universe can sit down and discuss it, then I'm sure it'll be beneficial for everyone." Yang Yi nodded. Everyone's sword Dao was different, and the way they cultivated varied as well. If they sat down and discussed with each other for a while, it would definitely be beneficial to all of them. After all, a sword cultivator's achievements would be limited if that person remained shut off from the outside world. Xiao Jian asked, "Brother Yi, are you going to participate too?" Yang Yi replied, "Of course." He had encountered formidable sword cultivators in the past. For example, the Unfettered One. However, that fellow had always been a legend, so he hadn't been able to discuss the sword Dao with the Unfettered One. Now that he had encountered so many formidable sword cultivators, he was certain that if he could discuss the sword Dao with them, then it would definitely be tremendously helpful to his sword Dao. Xiao Jian nodded and smiled. "Then let's head to the Grand Immortal Pavilion in the city." Yang Yi asked, "The Grand Immortal Pavilion? What's that?" Xiao Jian replied, "The place where Li Taibai used to spend time at, and it's the most renowned place in the city. Supposedly, Li Taibai left a sword technique in the Grand Immortal Pavilion. Unfortunately, no one has been able to comprehend it. Let's go try our luck." Yang Yi nodded. Just like that, the three of them headed towards the Grand Immortal Pavilion. The Grand Immortal Pavilion. As they traveled, Xiao Jian explained, "The Grand Immortal Pavilion isn't huge, and it only has 3 floors. They are the heaven, earth, and mortal floors. Even though it isn't huge, it isn't easy to enter. Especially the heaven floor. I'm afraid only Li Fengyu and Qin Linsang can enter that floor." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Xiao Jian smiled. "You'll find out soon." Yang Yi nodded and didn't ask again. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Grand Immortal Pavilion. Xiao Jian smiled. "Come, let's go in." As soon as they arrived at its entrance, a barrier of light appeared there. Yang Yi was puzzled and gazed at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian smiled, and then he placed his right palm on the barrier. A strand of sword intent instantly emerged from his palm, and then the barrier of light trembled and dispersed slowly. Xiao Jian gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. The first floor's requirement is comparatively low. It only requires returnal rank sword intent to enter. As he spoke, he walked into the building. Once Xiao Jian entered, the barrier of light appeared once more. Xiao Yushui didn't say a word. She just walked over to the barrier and placed her right palm against it. In next to no time, it dispersed, and she entered the pavilion. Yang Yi shrugged and walked over to the entrance as well. Nothing unexpected happened, and he smoothly entered the mortal floor. The pavilion wasn't very large. There were tables and chairs in the pavilion, and all of them were made from strange wooden swords. Even the floorboard was made from numerous wooden swords. Besides that, there was a strand of faint sword intent in the surroundings. The sword intent wasn't sharp, and it was even gentle. It felt extremely comfortable. There were quite many sword cultivators in the hall here. There were over 100 of them. Over 100 was quite a huge amount. Because the weakest amongst them possessed returnal rank sword intent. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian said, Brother Yi, we're heading up to the earth floor. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, I'll go with you. Xiao Jian was stunned. Your sword intent is at the zenith rank too? Xiao Yushui, who'd been silent until now, gazed at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi nodded in response. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yushui exchanged glances. Needless to say, they were quite surprised. Because Yang Yi hadn't concealed his cultivation. In other words, they knew he was at the Rebirth Realm. A Rebirth Realm cultivator possessing zenith rank sword intent. It wasn't unheard of, but it was rare. At the very least, they'd attained the zenith realm before attaining the zenith rank in sword intent. A moment of silence passed before Xiao Jian smiled. Then let's head upstairs. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance to the second floor. Xiao Jian walked over to the barrier of light, and then a strand of sword intent surged out from within him. Once his sword intent came into contact with the barrier of light dispersed in an instant. Xiao Jian nodded to Yang Yi and walked in. It didn't take long for Xiao Yushui to enter the second floor as well. As expected, Yang Yi smoothly entered the second floor. As soon as they arrived at the second floor, many gazes descended upon them. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were comparatively fewer people here. There were only around 40 here. However, their sword intent was at the zenith rank at least. Yang Yi was visibly moved. At this moment, he finally understood what it was like to have countless experts hidden all around the world. Xiao Jian nodded slightly to them, and then he led Yang Yi and Xiao Yushui over to a window. Xiao Jian pointed up to the clouds outside the window. Look! Yang Yi looked where he was pointing, and Yang Yi saw a line of words far above them. Never stop drinking, even when the cup is almost empty. Please hear my song, please sing with me. In your beautiful dress and mighty steed. Tell them to bring more wine, and drink we shall until the night ends. Until the night ends, Xiao Jian said, as expected of the sword immortal. Such an unrestrained bearing. We are far from being on par with him. Yang Yi nodded. Even though he had never met the sword immortal, he was able to discern that Li Taibai was no ordinary person. Especially how unrestrained he seemed to be. It was something that very few in this world could accomplish. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi said, Is his sword technique within those words? Xiao Jian replied, That's what they say. Yang Yi nodded and looked up. He looked for a long time before he shook his head. I don't see anything. Suddenly Xiao Yushui said, I do. Yang Yi and Xiao Jian immediately gazed at her. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with bewilderment, while Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with happiness. Xiao Yushui didn't speak, and she just gazed at the words in the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi couldn't help but ask, Is it really there? Xiao Yushui glanced at him and didn't say a word. Yang Yi felt speechless from her reaction. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before Yang Yi while holding the wooden sword. Yang Yi, Xiao Jian, and Xiao Yushui were stunned. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy went over to the third floor's entrance. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:01 The wooden sword is damaged? Yang Yi was stunned when he saw Snowy heading towards the third floor while holding the wooden sword in her claws. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "What are you doing?" Snowy blinked, cracked a smile, and then pointed at the third floor to indicate that she was going up. Yang Yi asked, "Why?" She pointed at the wooden sword and pointed upstairs again. Yang Yi frowned slightly. "The wooden sword wants to go up. Why?" Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi, and then she took Yang Yi's hand and started moving towards the third floor. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and he didn't refuse. Since the wooden sword wanted to head upstairs, there was definitely something that was drawing its attention, or perhaps it was for some other reason. He was very curious too. When they saw Yang Yi and Snowy heading towards the third floor, everyone here moved their attention over to them. Suddenly, Xiao Jian and Xiao Yushui appeared before Yang Yi and Snowy. Xiao Jian glanced at Snowy, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Brother Yi, you can't go up there." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Xiao Jian replied, "I mentioned it to you previously. True rank sword intent is required to enter the third floor." Yang Yi smiled. "It's fine." As he spoke, he took Snowy along with him to the barrier of light outside the third floor's entrance. Snowy raised the wooden sword and was about to strike the barrier of light, but Yang Yi stopped her. He rubbed her head and placed his right hand on the barrier of light. Yang Yi's sword intent seeped out from within him, and then it flowed along his arm and entered the barrier of light. As soon as his sword intent came into contact with the barrier started to tremble intensely, and then it gradually dispersed. The expressions of everyone here changed from the sight of this, and it was the same even for Xiao Jian and his sister. Right when Yang Yi and Snowy were about to head in, Xiao Jian stopped Yang Yi and Snowy again, and he stared at Yang Yi. "Why?" The third floor was only accessible to people who possessed true rank sword intent. But Yang Yi's sword intent was only at the zenith rank. Xiao Jian's question was the same question which everyone else wanted to know the answer to. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Do you really want to know?" Xiao Jian didn't hesitate to reply, "Of course." Yang Yi glanced at the others in the surroundings and asked, "All of you want to know too?" Many sword cultivators here nodded. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I don't know what your conviction towards the sword Dao is, but mine is fearlessness." "What does that mean?" "It means I fear nothing." As he spoke, he pointed at the entrance to the third floor. "The reason all of you remain here and haven't gone up is probably that you're aware that true rank sword intent is required to head upstairs. So, you dismiss yourselves and felt you're unable to head upstairs because your sword intent isn't at the true rank." Everyone here fell silent while some started to think deeply. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "Sword cultivators should be fearless and strive to be matchless. We especially can't dismiss ourselves. If we dismiss ourselves, then that will probably be the end of our path of the sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Snowy's claw and walked upstairs. Many sword cultivators started to think deeply, and so did Xiao Jian. A short while later, Xiao Yushui spoke abruptly. "I don't think that fellow had zenith rank sword intent." Xiao Jian gazed at her and asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Yushui spoke softly. "Even though what he said does make sense, I feel that his sword intent wasn't just purely at the zenith rank." Xiao Jian was at a loss for words. Yang Yi naturally didn't just possess zenith rank sword intent. After all, his sword intent contained unyielding will. So, his sword intent was comparable to true realm sword intent. After Yang Yi and Snowy went upstairs, many sword cultivators on the second floor weren't able to restrain themselves any longer, and they headed towards the third floor. However, all of them failed. Liar. After failing countless times, many sword cultivators couldn't help but start to curse Yang Yi. After they entered the third floor, it felt quite cold and deserted to Yang Yi because there was only a single person here. A woman. Yang Yi glanced at her. She was around the age of 25, wore a tight white dress, and sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. It seemed like she was meditating. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Snowy. The latter blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head, and then he rubbed her head gently and said, "Ask the wooden sword what it wants." Snowy cracked a smile and gazed at the wooden sword in her claw. A short while passed before it suddenly flew up into the air and went to the center of the room. Yang Yi and Snowy immediately followed it. The wooden sword started to spin on the spot. As it spun, Yang Yi noticed that something here seemed to be converging towards the wooden sword. Suddenly, a voice resounded. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi turned to look towards its source. It was the woman in a white dress. He replied, "I'm not doing anything." She gazed at the wooden sword in front of him. "Make it stop." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She gazed at him. "You want me to repeat myself?" Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed. "Then repeat yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly appeared 3 inches away from his forehead. At the same time, Shed appeared in front of him. She looked him in the eyes. "Do you dare to repeat what you just said?" Bang! Suddenly, a strand of terrifying intent swept out from Yang Yi. The powerful intent instantly blasted her more than 10 m away. After that, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of her when he appeared again. At the same time, he swung the sword precursor at her with his left hand. The woman's expression remained calm, and she just raised her sword and stabbed. Clang! A clear and loud sound of collision resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed around 100 m away. The woman didn't attack again. She just gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Zenith rank sword intent. How could you have possibly gotten up here?" Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "True rank sword intent." For the very first time, had encountered someone with sword intent at a higher rank than his. The woman sized up Yang Yi and said, "Your zenith rank sword intent isn't ordinary. It contains another type of energy, and that energy makes your zenith rank sword intent capable of competing with true rank sword intent." Her face suddenly turned cold at this point. "However, the zenith rank is still the zenith rank in the end." She took a step forward once she finished speaking. In an instant, an extremely powerful wave of sword energy swept out from her and slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi frowned slightly, fell silent for a moment, and then took a step forward. His unyielding sword intent immediately swept forward and slammed down at her. Visit Readdle.me for extra chapters. In next to no time, their intents were in a stalemate in midair. Even though Yang Yi's sword intent was at the zenith rank, his sword intent contained unyielding will, so it was equally matched with her sword intent. However, his sword intent couldn't push her sword intent back as well. So, they were in a stalemate. At this moment both of them didn't withdraw their sword intent, nor did they dare to. If any one of them was the first to withdraw it, and the other pushed forward to pursue victory, then the one who was first to withdraw the sword intent would definitely suffer a huge blow. Just like that, they were in a stalemate for around a quarter of an hour, and then Yang Yi gradually showed signs of falling into a disadvantaged situation. Yang Yi's face fell when he noticed that his sword intent was gradually losing its ground. As expected, while his sword intent could compete with true rank sword intent, a gap definitely did still exist between them. Suddenly, Snowy grabbed the spinning wooden sword and swung it at her. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed. Her expression changed slightly when she saw the sword energy. A sword instantly appeared in her grasp with a flip of her left hand, and then it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Snowy's sword energy was blasted apart. At the same time, Snowy swung the wooden sword again. Clang! As soon as they came into contact with each other, the woman's sword was instantly slashed into two and fell to the ground. The woman's eyes narrowed at the sight of this. At the same time, both she and Yang Yi dispersed their sword intent. Meanwhile, Snowy was about to attack again, but Yang Yi stopped her. At the same time, the woman in a white dress asked, "What is that sword?" Yang Yi glanced at her and replied, "Why are you trying to stop my sword from spinning here?" She gazed at him. "You don't know what it's doing?" Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked, and then shrugged to display that she didn't know. Yang Yi gazed at the wooden sword, but it didn't answer him. Suddenly, the woman said, "It isn't your sword." Yang Yi gazed at her and nodded. "Indeed it isn't." She looked Yang Yi in the eye. "An unknown treasure." Yang Yi was about to speak when she suddenly vanished on the spot, and her target was the wooden sword. She intended to take it. Yang Yi's face fell. He was about to act, but Snowy was faster. She held the wooden sword in her claws and swung it at the woman. Bang! The might of the wooden sword pushed the woman back. Snowy raised the sword with the intention of attacking again. However, crack! A clear and loud crack resounded. Snowy and Yang Yi gazed at the wooden sword, and both of them were stunned. Because a piece of wood had actually fallen off the wooden sword. "It's damaged?" Bookmark if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:02 Unrivaled Strength. It's damaged? That was what Yang Yi thought at this moment. But it only took an instant for him to reject that thought. What was the wooden sword? How could it possibly get damaged? Yang Yi walked over to it and looked carefully at it. It didn't take long for him to notice that he could see fine gold color beneath where the piece of wood had fallen off. It was like gold. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding. The wooden sword wasn't really wooden, and its true appearance was hidden beneath the wood. At this moment, he recalled what the patriarch of the Yang clan, Yang Shao, had said that day. The wooden sword was sealed. In other words, the wood on the wooden sword was a seal, and now that it had lost a piece of the wood, it was definitely because it had absorbed something just now. So, once he thought up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at the woman. "What's in here?" She glanced at him and remained silent. Her reaction made Yang Yi feel speechless. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze descended onto the wooden sword. At the same time, Snowy hurriedly grabbed the wooden sword and seemed like she was trying to convey that the wooden sword belonged to her. The woman fell silent for a long time before she said, "It has a consciousness of its own, and it'll choose its own master." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Don't let it absorb more of the sword intent here." "Sword intent?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "There's sword intent here?" She replied indifferently. "Sense it for yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she sat down cross-legged on the spot. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. A long time passed before he opened his eyes again. Sword intent. There was sword intent here. Moreover, it was quite strange. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he gazed at the wooden sword and asked, "The sword intent here can help you?" The wooden sword shook slightly when it heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, "My sword intent can help you." The wooden sword started shaking. Yang Yi naturally didn't understand it, so he immediately gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked and started waving her claws about. Yang Yi's expression gradually became unsightly. Because the wooden sword said his sword intent was too weak. His sword intent was too weak. His sword intent was comparable to the true rank. But the wooden sword actually called it weak. Yang Yi pointed at the woman and asked, "What about her sword intent?" Snowy glanced at the woman and gazed at the wooden sword. A short while later, she gazed at Yang Yi and started waving her claws again. Yang Yi's expression gradually eased up because the wooden sword said that the woman's sword intent was similarly too weak. Simply speaking, even true rank sword intent was too low for it. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and sat cross-legged near the woman. Meanwhile, she opened her eyes and looked at him. Yang Yi said, "Was it the sword immortal who left this sword intent behind?" She replied, "What do you think?" Yang Yi said, "The sword immortal's sword intent is above the true rank?" She replied, "What do you think?" Yang Yi said, "Can we talk normally?" She replied, "I've never intended to talk with you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, she asked, "What sword is that?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I don't know." She frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "I didn't say that because I'm angry. I really don't know." She gazed at him for a long time. When she noticed that he didn't seem like he was lying, she gazed at the wooden sword in Snowy's grasp and said, "This is where the sword immortal frequently stayed all those years ago. So, his sword intent remains here. It's sword intent above the true rank." Above the true rank. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes and sensed it once again. He could sense the sword intent, but he wasn't able to sense anything special about it. She suddenly asked, "It feels like there's nothing special about it." Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed," she said, "that's exactly what's so special about it. After attaining the true rank, you'll notice that it's like there's no path ahead." Yang Yi asked, "There's no path ahead?" She nodded slightly. "I feel like there's no path ahead. I'm very lost." She glanced at the surroundings and continued, "There's sword intent above the true rank here, so I'll be able to find my path again here." She gazed at Yang Yi and added, "This place is special. If you don't want trouble, then it's best to stop that sword from absorbing the sword intent here." Yang Yi was about to speak, but she closed her eyes and fell silent. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked and gazed at the wooden sword in her claws. Yang Yi had thought that the wooden sword would forcefully absorb the sword energy here, but it didn't. It just entered the primordial pagoda with Snowy. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Because if the wooden sword wanted to do as it pleases, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, it gave him face this time. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and closed his eyes. He was sensing the sword intent in the surroundings. Even he had never encountered sword intent above the true rank. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Time trickled by. 2 hours later, Yang Yi opened his eyes. He hadn't comprehended anything. Needless to say, it was quite depressing. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he immersed his consciousness into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi went to the halberd. It was the halberd that Yang Xian had left behind upon his death. When Yang Yi arrived before the halberd, Snowy and the wooden sword were by his side. He gazed at it for a long time before suddenly stretching his hand out and grabbing it. As soon as he took it in his hand, the halberd started trembling violently. After that, a wave of powerful energy surged into Yang Yi. Unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent. They naturally didn't belong to the halberd, they belonged to its past master. It was overbearing. That was Yang Yi's opinion of it. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The energy and intent slammed down upon him like a mountain. Yang Yi didn't use sword intent or slaughter intent to resist it, and he just allowed them to press down upon him. Will. He was relying on his will to resist it. The reason he wasn't using sword intent or slaughter intent was that he knew it was the halberd's test. All treasures with a consciousness of its own would choose its master. So long as he endured its test, it would willingly submit to him. It didn't take long for the halberd to cease being the only one that was trembling. Even Yang Yi's body had started to tremble. Moreover, the veins on his face and body had bulged up like tiny snakes, and it was extremely frightening. Snowy gazed anxiously at Yang Yi. However, she didn't help him this time. Because Yang Yi had told her not to do anything rash and cause trouble. Time trickled by. Crack! Suddenly, a clear and loud crack resounded. Yang Yi's arm had cracked open. Threads of blood seeped out incessantly from the cracks. In just a moment, Yang Yi's entire arm was covered in blood. Snowy was about to do something, but Yang Yi stopped her. Just like that, around an hour passed, and the halberd gradually calmed down. However, the unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent didn't vanish, and it was still ceaselessly entering Yang Yi's body. It was the intent and strength of the halberd's past owner. Once intent arrived at a certain level, it wouldn't vanish unless it was destroyed by external forces, and it was the same for energy. Unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent were the energy and intent of the halberd's original owner. Of course, regardless of whether it was the unrivaled strength or unrivaled intent, they had no source of energy to maintain them. Besides that, it didn't mean that Yang Yi would possess unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent upon absorbing it. Of course, there were benefits. Absorbing such energy would greatly strengthen his own strength, slaughter intent, and sword intent. Once he finished absorbing it, Yang Yi let go of the halberd, and then he started to use his primordial violet energy to repair his body. It didn't take long for his body to recover completely. Once he finished recovering, Yang Yi took the halberd in his grasp again, and then a wave of information entered his mind. Yang Yi closed his eyes. Around a quarter of an hour passed before he opened his eyes. The unrivaled technique! The halberd had given him a cultivation technique called the unrivaled technique. Once he gained an understanding of the technique, Yang Yi's face instantly became solemn, and he felt extremely lucky in his heart. He felt lucky that Yang Xian hadn't fully grasped the unrivaled technique. Or it should be said that Yang Xian's physique wasn't suitable to cultivate it. It had very high requirements of one's body. But Yang Xian's physique was weak, so it could be said that he couldn't truly cultivate the essence of the technique. Something else worth mentioning was that once one cultivated this technique, one wouldn't just gain unrivaled strength, one would gain unrivaled intent as well. It could be said to be a cultivation technique that cultivated intent. Intent cultivation. Yang Yi was quite surprised. Because had only heard about comprehending intents, and had never heard that intents could be cultivated. However, it was real. Of course, he would only know if it worked after he tried to cultivate the technique. Yang Yi didn't start cultivating right away. After all, he wasn't in a safe place right now. After returning to the outside world, Yang Yi glanced at the woman. She was still meditating. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just left. After bidding farewell to Xiao Jian and Xiao Yushui, Yang Yi left the Grand Immortal Pavilion and found a safe corner in the city before entering the Primordial Pagoda. In the third level, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and started comprehending the unrivaled technique. Unrivaled strength. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite excited. Yang Xian was weak and sickly, but after he cultivated the unrivaled technique, his strength had been capable of suppressing Yang Yi. So, what would happen if Yang Yi cultivated it? If it was combined with the physical strength he already possessed, how strong would he become? There was the unrivaled intent too. If he grasped unrivaled intent, he would possess 3 types of intents. 3 types of intents combined with unrivaled strength, and the wooden sword. At that time, even true realm experts would be nothing before him. Yang Yi grew even more excited when he thought up to this point. Bookmark if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1703 The Sword Conference. Once he started cultivating the unrivaled technique, Yang Yi finally understood why the halberd didn't acknowledge Yang Xian. It was unrivaled, overbearing, and unrivaled. However, Yang Xian wasn't overbearing at all. Moreover, the original owner of the halberd was one who looked down upon the world. But Yang Xian didn't possess such confidence, and he didn't even have the conviction to stand proudly above the world. Actually, strictly speaking, Yang Yi didn't possess such an aura as well. However, it didn't affect his cultivation of the unrivaled technique. Because Yang Yi never feared anyone. Fearless. Besides his willpower, the halberd acknowledged him because he was fearless. This was something very similar to what the original owner of the halberd had. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, the unrivaled technique wasn't difficult because his foundation was very good. Moreover, the halberd had a detailed method of cultivation. Obviously, it was left behind by its original owner. Since he had a detailed method of cultivation, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to grasp its key points. Now, mastering the unrivaled technique was only a matter of time for him. In the cultivation room, time trickled by. The halberd remained by Yang Yi's side. 9 days later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he grabbed the halberd with his left hand. The halberd trembled slightly, and then it rose up from the ground. He could lift it. Unrivaled strength. Yang Yi gazed at the halberd, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He possessed unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent now. Actually, the unrivaled strength was equivalent to unrivaled intent, or it could be said that unrivaled intent was unrivaled strength. Something worth mentioning was that his unrivaled intent was at the zenith rank. The reason it was at the zenith rank was because the strength of his unrivaled intent depended on his unrivaled strength. Had cultivated unrivaled strength to the zenith rank, so his unrivaled intent was at the zenith rank. The strength of his unrivaled intent wasn't the only thing that depended on his attainments in the unrivaled technique, even the halberd relied on it. Presently, the halberd could only be considered to be at the true rank, but its true rank of quality was definitely above the true rank. However, it had its own problems, and that was why it was at the true rank now. The halberd's problems were unlike the wooden sword. The halberd wasn't sealed, it had been forcefully damaged to the point of being reduced to the true rank. It was damaged. Who did it? Yang Yi was curious about the answer as well. However, the halberd refused to tell him. It refused to speak a word even when Snowy asked about it. Yang Yi understood that the halberd probably had a past that it found unbearable to recall. So, Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer. The unrivaled technique could be improved, of course. However, it became extremely difficult to raise further. Besides that, he didn't have the time to do it as well. Because the sword conference was about to begin. The sword conference was a discussion of the sword Tao, and he really wanted to experience it for himself. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he took the halberd with him and teleported to the first level of the primordial pagoda. He really wanted to witness the halberd's strength. Yang Yi stood on the spot and tightened his grasp on the halberd. At this moment, he actually felt like he was looking down upon the world. At this moment, he would dare to fight even if he faced 20 true realm experts. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared in front of him, while holding the wooden sword in her arms. Snowy cracked a smile and pointed at the halberd before pointing at the wooden sword in her grasp. After that, she started waving one of her claws. A short while later, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Snowy actually wanted to fight him. How could he possibly fight her? However, Snowy insisted on playing with him. No, it was fighting him in single combat. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Alright, then let's begin. Yang Yi's expression changed when he spoke up to this point. Because Snowy had suddenly raised the sword and swung it at him. Yang Yi hurriedly raised the halberd to defend himself. Clang! An ear-piercing and sharp sound of collision resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed 2 steps back. Yang Yi was shocked. Was Snowy that strong? Wait. That's not right. It didn't take long for him to reject that thought. Because Snowy's strength was definitely not that strong. It's the wooden sword. The wooden sword is stronger than before. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly flew over to him and cracked a smile. Yang Yi was about to speak when she suddenly swung the sword again. Yang Yi was caught off guard, and he was almost struck by it. Fortunately, his reaction was quick enough, and he immediately moved to the side and dodged Snowy's attack. Snowy blinked after her attack missed, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. After that, she revealed a brilliant smile and was about to attack. But Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her. Yang Yi pulled her over to him and said, "Who did you learn that from? You actually played tricks." Snowy blinked, opened her eyes wide, and then pointed at Yang Yi. After that, she seemed like she was trying to flatter him, and it was like she was saying that she's learned from him. Yang Yi felt speechless. A long time later, Yang Yi shook his head. I've really been a terrible example for her. Snowy had no parents. She was just a child, so she imitated many things. She didn't just imitate him, she imitated Zier too. For example, acting like a spoiled child. She'd learned it from Zier. Of course, it was part of her own natural instinct too. Yang Yi didn't criticize Snowy, nor would he make her change. As far as he was concerned, all that mattered was Snowy's happiness. He didn't want her to become a well-behaved child. Such children suppress their own natural instincts, so they weren't happy at all. After playing with Snowy for some time, Yang Yi returned to the outside world. The Sword Conference. It was being held outside the Grand Immortal Pavilion. There was a round stage outside the pavilion now, and hundreds had converged around it. Most of them were sword cultivators. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi had arrived quite late because the sword conference had already begun. A young man on the stage cupped his fists to the crowd below, and he said, "The sword cultivators throughout our world are gathered here. I know why you're here. Besides heading up Phoenix Cry Mountain to get a glimpse of the Sword Immortal's glory, it's to discuss the Sword Tao with the sword cultivators here." He paused for a moment and smiled. "I presume you've all heard of two people. Li Fingyu and Qin Linsong. They're both in the city today." As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, "Please show yourselves and provide us with some guidance, all right?" A moment of silence ensued, and then a ray of light suddenly appeared beside the young man. The ray of light had just suddenly appeared there, and many here hadn't even seen it clearly. It didn't take long for the light to disperse, and then a man in an embroidered robe appeared by the young man's side. It was Li Fingyu. At the moment Li Fingyu appeared, a woman in a white dress appeared on the stage. It was Qin Linsang. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes because she was the same woman that had encountered on the third floor. Li Fingyu glanced at Qin Linsang, and then he said, "Miss Qin, do you want to go first?" Qin Linsang nodded slightly and said, "All right." She glanced at the surroundings and continued, "Stay true to your heart. Regardless of what it is, you just have to stay true to it. Suppressing your heart will place shackles on your heart towards the Sword Tao. If your heart is shackled, everything will become difficult." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. "Stay true to your heart." Yang Yi nodded slightly. Even though she hadn't said much, what she said did make a whole lot of sense. Staying true to one's heart was staying loyal to oneself. If one didn't stay loyal to oneself, then not to mention the Sword Tao, it would be difficult for that person to accomplish anything. However, it wasn't easy to stay true to the heart. Because reality was filled with all sorts of helpless situations. Many people are forced to go against their hearts for various reasons. So, staying true to the heart was difficult, extremely difficult. Once Qin Linseng left, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. A long time passed before Li Fingyu spoke abruptly. "What Miss Qin said is true. The most important thing for sword cultivators like us is to cultivate the heart. If your heart is strong, your sword Tao will naturally be strong. So, allow me to give all of you a word of advice. Instead of cultivating the sword, it's better to cultivate the heart." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Instead of cultivating the sword, it's better to cultivate the heart. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi fell silent as well. Instead of cultivating the sword, it's better to cultivate the heart. It was a very incisive piece of advice. One could only accomplish great things with a strong heart. It was the same when cultivating the sword. If the heart wasn't strong, how could one's sword be strong? After that, the sword cultivators here started to engage in discussion. Every person capable of being here was no fool, so they naturally were aware of the benefits of such discussions. Yang Yi stayed and listened for a while, and then he decided to leave. Because their discussions weren't very useful to him. Because there was no problem with his heart towards the sword. Right when Yang Yi was about to leave, a white-robed man appeared on the stage. Everyone here immediately gazed at the white-robed man. There was a trace of curiosity in their eyes because the white-robed man wasn't a sword cultivator. The white-robed man glanced through the surroundings. In the end, his gaze stopped on Yang Yi. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth as he said, "You're that Yang Yi who was kicked out of the Yang clan? Your head is worth a lot. How about you lend it to me? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1704 Even Immortals Can Be Killed. Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi! Actually, those words weren't very well known. Because Yang Yi's deeds in the Yang clan hadn't spread. Heaven Void Continent was the Yang clan's territory, so preventing information about an incident from spreading out was absolutely easy for them. Thus, besides a few from the various large clans, many didn't know how terrifying Yang Yi was. Even though they didn't know about Yang Yi's deeds, they knew about the warrant that the Yang clan had put out for Yang Yi's head. The rewards the Yang clan promised were extremely tempting. Many people gazed at Yang Yi, and their gazes were slightly hostile. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the white-robed man. "I'm a little curious about how you found me." The white-robed man grinned, and then he withdrew a portrait. It was a portrait of Yang Yi. Besides Yang Yi, there was a tiny little fellow holding a wooden sword. That little fellow was Snowy, of course. Yang Yi instantly came to an understanding. Snowy had shown herself in the Grand Immortal Pavilion. Obviously, his whereabouts were exposed now. Meanwhile, the white-robed man chuckled. "I heard you're only at the Rebirth Realm?" Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed." The white-robed man grinned and said, "I'm quite puzzled. Since you're at the Rebirth Realm, why is the Yang clan paying such a huge price for your head?" Yang Yi replied. "What do you think?" The white-robed man was just about to speak when he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his face gradually became unsightly. Based on the Yang clan's strength, was it normal for them to pay such a huge price to kill a cultivator at the Rebirth Realm? In other words, was a Rebirth Realm cultivator worth such a huge price? A Rebirth Realm cultivator was clearly not worth that much. When he thought up to this point, the white-robed man knew that had been rash. The person before him was absolutely not just a Rebirth Realm cultivator. Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just turned around and walked away. However, he hadn't even taken 2 steps when the white-robed man suddenly appeared not too far ahead of him. The white-robed man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "I know that you're not just a Rebirth Realm cultivator, but I'm really not willing to just leave like that. So, I plan to give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. When he arrived around 6 m away from Yang Yi, a terrifying aura swept out from him and pressed down upon Yang Yi. The Zenith Realm. He was a Zenith Realm expert. Yang Yi's expression remained calm as he took a step forward, and then a halberd appeared in his grasp. A moment later, he swung the halberd forward with a single hand. Bang! The white-robed man's aura was instantly smashed apart. At the same time, his figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and numerous mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him when he finally stopped himself. A woman spoke abruptly from somewhere in the crowd. "Such powerful strength!" It was Xiao Yushe, and Xiao Jian was by her side. Xiao Jian nodded slightly. "He doesn't really seem like a sword cultivator." Xiao Yushe nodded with absolute agreement. Yang Yi held the halberd in his grasp as he walked towards the white-robed man. The latter was just about to speak when Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The white-robed man's expression changed at the sight of this, and he was about to flee. But it was too late. Because Yang Yi had appeared above him, and then Yang Yi's halberd slammed down like a mountain. At this moment, the white-robed man's countenance had turned ghastly white when he sensed the powerful energy carried within the halberd. However, he didn't just give up. A square shield appeared in his grasp, and his profound energy surged madly into it before a powerful beam of blue light surged up into the air from within the shield. Bang! However, as soon as it appeared, it was instantly blasted apart by Yang Ye's halberd, and the halberd didn't even slow down as it descended towards the white-robed man. Boom! The man was smashed into a pile of mush. It was simple and violent. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just started walking off into the distance while still holding the halberd in his grasp. However, he suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps, and he turned to look at the others here. Does anyone else want to exchange my head for rewards? If there isn't, I'll come back and ask again later. Yang Yi vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Deathly silence filled the surroundings. A long time passed before the sword cultivators here entered into discussion again, and they seemed to have forgotten the incident that had just occurred. If Yang Yi was weak, then perhaps others would have stepped forward and attacked him. However, based on the strength he just displayed, Yang Yi wasn't weak at all, and he was extraordinarily strong instead. Moreover, no one dared to guarantee that what they'd just witnessed was Yang Yi's true strength. Even though the rewards were great, they couldn't compare with their lives. If they lost their lives, even the best treasures would be worthless to them. Yang Yi left Sword Immortal City, and then he immediately started walking towards Phoenix Cry Mountain. His whereabouts had been exposed, so regardless of whether it was the Yang clan or the others who wanted his head, they would definitely be on the way to Sword Immortal City. So, he had to get to Phoenix Cry Mountain as soon as possible. Besides taking a look at the Sword Immortal of Legend, Yang Yi had another goal on Phoenix Cry Mountain, and it was to see if there were treasures left behind there. Phoenix Cry wasn't far from Sword Immortal City, and it was just behind it. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see a mountain. The mountain wasn't very large, nor was it very tall, but it had quite a strange shape. Because it was like a phoenix with its wings spread open. Phoenix Cry Mountain! Yang Yi didn't hesitate to tap his right foot against the ground and transform into a ray of light that shot towards the mountain. Right when he was about to get close to the mountain, a sword howl resounded, and then a beam of green sword energy shot down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. It was extremely swift, and instantly slammed against Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted back. Someone's there? Yang Yi looked up at the top of the mountain. Suddenly a voice resounded. The Green Lotus Sword Formation! You should feel lucky that it's much weaker than it used to be. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just been pushed back. Yang Yi turned around, and he saw that Xiao Jian and Xiao Yushui had suddenly appeared not too far behind him. The Green Lotus Sword Formation? Yang Yi was puzzled. The sword formation that covers the mountain? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Xiao Jian nodded. It's so strong that even true realm experts dare not climb the mountain. However, as time passed, the formation has grown far weaker than before. But it still can't be underestimated. Yang Yi nodded slightly and asked, Aren't both of you participating in the sword conference? Xiao Jian replied, Not anymore. Besides our desire to catch a glimpse of the Sword Immortal, we wanted to see Li Fingyu and Qin Linsong. Now we've seen both of them, and it's time to see the Sword Immortal. Yang Yi looked at Phoenix Cry Mountain and said, Do you think he left his soul up there? Xiao Jian gazed at the top of the mountain, fell silent for a long time, and then said, I hope he did. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, The Green Lotus Sword Formation prohibits flying. So let's walk. However, you have to be careful even when we're walking up. Of course, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Yang Yi nodded. Let's go. As he spoke, he started walking towards the mountain. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yushui glanced at Yang Yi, and then they followed after him. As they traveled, Xiao Jian suddenly asked, Brother Yang, did you really fight the Yang clan's patriarch? Yang Yi stopped and gazed at them when he heard this. Who are both of you? The Yang clan had sealed off all information about the battle which occurred between him and the Yang clan, but they actually knew about it. Obviously, they were no ordinary people. Xiao Jian fell silent for a long time before he replied. Our surname is Qin. The Qin clan. Yan Yi immediately realized that they were from one of the 8 great clans, the Qin clan. Qin Jian said, "Brother Yang, we hold no ill intent towards you. We're just curious. Because the Yang clan's patriarch is one of the strongest experts in our medium universe." Yan Yi continued forward in silence for some time, and then he said, "We did fight." Qin Jian and Qin Yushui exchanged glances, and there was a wisp of shock in both their eyes. Yan Yi was just at the rebirth realm, and the Yang clan's patriarch was one of the strongest experts in this world. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "I wasn't a match for him." He wasn't lying. Even with the war god's arm, he still wasn't a match for Yang Xiao. The gap between them had been too huge. It was so huge that even external sources of strength couldn't make up for it. Qin Jian laughed bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, all of us would die of embarrassment if you could defeat him." Yan Yi grinned and didn't say another word, and he just sped up instead. He didn't have much time left. He didn't want the Yang clan to come looking for him. Because if the Yang clan wanted to kill him now, it would definitely not send just a few true realm experts. Perhaps even the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Xiao, would come himself. Besides that, many other independent cultivators would definitely come for him as well, and there definitely were true realm experts amongst them. Because the rewards the Yang clan promised to pay were truly too enticing. Meanwhile, Qin Jian suddenly said, "Brother Yang, how about we discuss the sword Dao if we have time later?" Yan Yi asked, "Aren't you afraid that it'll drag you into my problems?" Qin Jian shook his head. "What's there to worry about? We're just discussing the sword Dao. It has nothing to do with the Yang clan." Yan Yi nodded. He was just about to speak when Qin Yushui pointed at a distant mountain wall. "Look at the writing there." Yan Yi and Qin Jian looked up. There was a row of words on a mountain wall around 1 kilometer away from them. Both of their expressions became solemn when they saw the writing there. There were only a few words there. If the sword Dao is at its initial stages, even immortals can be killed. Li Tai Bai. Qin Yushui suddenly said, "Look! There's more beside it." Yan Yi moved his gaze towards the right. There were a few words there as well, and he was stunned when he read them. Because the writing was very familiar to him. It was the Unfettered One's writing. The Unfettered One! Yan Yi gazed for a long time at the words that the Unfettered One had left behind, and then he spoke softly. "How domineering!" Qin Jian and Qin Yushui nodded in agreement. "Bookmark if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1705 Who Can't I Kill? Qin Jian and Qin Yushui nodded with agreement. What did the Unfettered One leave behind? There was another row of words beside Li Tai Bai's, and it was quite short too. "I have my sword in my grasp, so who can I kill?" It was domineering. It was much more domineering than the words Li Tai Bai had left behind. In Li Tai Bai's heart, once one attained a certain level of accomplishment in the sword Dao, one could kill immortals. It represented that he thought very highly of those so-called immortals. Simply speaking, he didn't possess an aura of superiority. But the Unfettered One was different. As far as he was concerned, he could kill anyone while he had his sword in hand. How domineering and confident was that? Yan Yi fell silent. The Unfettered One and Li Tai Bai's attainments in the sword Dao were definitely superior to him. Now that he thought of it, besides the time he was a labored disciple, had practically never seriously cultivated the sword Dao, nor had he tried to comprehend and gain enlightenment over anything related to it. Had practiced the sword in the past because he could only practice the sword in the sword sect. At that time, if he joined the saber sect, then he would have probably practiced with the saber. Simply speaking, practicing the sword wasn't his own choice. So, Yan Yi asked himself if he liked the sword? Do I like the sword? Yan Yi was stunned when this thought appeared in his mind. because he noticed that the first reaction he had was very flat. In other words, he didn't really like it. Of course, he didn't hate it either. In short, had always been passively training in the sword, and had never thought about working hard on it and making it his lifelong profession. Was there a difference between passively and actively training with the sword? Of course. The difference was huge. Regardless of whether it was Li Tai Bai or the Unfettered One, they really loved the sword, and they treated it like developing their lifelong profession. Both of them had taken the initiative to practice the sword, and that made them work harder. But Yang Yi was doing it passively. The disadvantage of that was that had never tried to research the sword Tao. That was also why he never had his own sword technique. It was because he learned all his techniques from others. Even though everything started with learning from others, he didn't try to develop his own technique, and had never even thought about doing it. He was happy to just get by. I can't let this continue. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi knew that if this continued, his attainments in the sword Tao would never improve much. Because he was always learning. Of course, learning wasn't wrong, but one should create after learning and take one's own path. Once he figured it all out, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he actually felt enlightened. Just as Li Fengyu had said, sword cultivation was actually cultivation of the heart. Suddenly, Qin Jian said, "Who's the Unfettered One?" The Unfettered One had left his name behind the words he wrote. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, and spoke after thinking for a moment. "A very formidable person," Qin Yushui suddenly asked. "How formidable?" Yang Yi replied. "Extremely formidable," Qin Yushui asked. "Is he still alive?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I think no one is capable of killing him." Qin Yushui nodded slightly and said, "I hope I can meet him and spar with him." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he gazed at Qin Yushui. She seemed to have noticed his gaze, and she lifted her brows slightly. "What? Am I not qualified?" Yang Yi shook his head. "It's nothing. They'll just laugh it off." Meanwhile, Qin Jian said, "Brother Yang, my younger sister is an extraordinary genius in the sword Tao. To be honest, if she hadn't been sick for some time and fell unconscious for 3 years, even Li Fengyu and Qin Linsang would be no match for her." Yang Yi walked over to Qin Jian, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said, "I'm not trying to strike a blow to her confidence. But the Unfettered One." Sigh. Yang Yi shook his head and started walking towards the mountain. However, Qin Yushui suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "What are you trying to say? I'm very inferior to him?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he pointed at the words that the Unfettered One had left behind. "Would you dare to say that?" She turned to look at those words. She was just about to say something, and her lips even moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. "I have my sword in my grasp, so who can I kill?" Could she say that? She couldn't. She couldn't support such a claim. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just continued forward. He wasn't looking down on her. She had been able to notice the sword technique that Li Tai Bai had left behind, so her natural talent and comprehension were extraordinary. However, someone like the Unfettered One couldn't be judged by convention. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and sped up. He really looked forward to what was on the top of the mountain. He looked forward to what he would see from the Sword Immortal and the Unfettered One. Qin Yushui remained silent on the spot. Qin Jian walked over to her side and said, "I believe in you. You will absolutely not be inferior to them." Qin Yushui shook her head slightly and looked up at the 2 rows of writing on the mountain wall. She said, "The gap between me and them isn't just reflected in my sword Tao, it's in my heart as well. Their hearts are fearless. But do you know? When Yang Yi asked me that just now, I noticed that I felt fear, and I shrunk back." Qin Jian was about to say something, but she shook her head and said, "Come, let's head up there and have a look. I'd like to witness their strength too. I hope they left a piece of their spiritual brand and a strand of their soul." Qin Jian nodded. "Let's go." It didn't take long for them to catch up to Yang Yi. They didn't speak as they traveled. When they were about to arrive at the peak of the mountain, A wave of powerful sword intent descended from above, and then Yang Yi's group immediately stopped. The sword intent was like a mountain that pressed down upon them, causing it to be difficult for them to even take a step forward. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi released his sword intent. However, as soon as he did that, the sword intent from the mountain peak surged down at him like a torrent. Obviously, the sword intent on the mountain peak felt that Yang Yi was provoking it. Visit Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi looked up, and then he tapped his right foot down and relied on the counterforce to transform into a ray of light that shot up towards the mountain peak. But it didn't take long for a strand of green sword energy to appear at the peak of the mountain. It was extremely swift and instantly struck Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi was forcefully stopped, and a wave of powerful sword intent slammed down upon him. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly, and he only stopped after being pushed around 30 m back. As soon as he stopped himself, another sword howl resounded from atop the mountain, and then another strand of green sword energy shot down. Yang Yi's expression remained calm. He moved his left hand slightly, and the halberd appeared in his left grasp. After that, she slammed it forward. Boom! The sword energy was instantly blasted into bits. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and shot up towards the peak. Oem! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword howl resounded from atop the mountain peak, and then around 10 rays of sword energy shot down at Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through his eyes. He didn't stop, and he even sped up. When the sword energy arrived before him, Yang Yi just waved the halberd horizontally. The powerful energy carried within the halberd instantly cracked space open, and the sword energy were obliterated at the same time. But Yang Yi's figure was pushed an entire 300 m back. As soon as he stopped himself, he stomped his right foot down again, and he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward like a cannonball. However, another 10 rays of sword energy descended from the mountain peak at the exact same time. Yang Yi was extraordinarily swift. He swung the halberd forcefully. Boom! The sword energy were blasted into bits, and Yang Yi was pushed back to where he had been just moments ago. Yang Yi looked up at the mountain peak for a short while, and then he gazed at Qin Jian and Qin Yushui. Why isn't the sword energy attacking the both of you too? At this moment, he noticed that it was only attacking him. Because Qin Jian and Qin Yushui had acted to resist the sword intent at the exact same time as he had. But the problem was that it was only targeting him. They exchanged glances. In the end, Qin Jian shook his head. We don't know. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Both of you head up first. Qin Jian nodded and started walking up with Qin Yushui. Even though the sword intent still existed before them, sword energy didn't appear from the mountain peak. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot, and then he started walking up the mountain again. Nothing happened. Yang Yi glanced up at the mountain. Looks like it was just a misunderstanding. However, a sword howl suddenly resounded from the peak of the mountain, and then a strand of green sword energy shot down like a bolt of lightning. Its target was Yang Yi. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui's expressions became strange when they saw this scene, and Yang Yi's face turned gloomy. Presently, even an idiot could discern that something on the mountain peak was targeting Yang Yi and stopping him from ascending the mountain. What was trying to stop him from ascending the mountain? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.